The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., September 11th, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Ralph Norman to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2024, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and the minority leaders for the morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders, and the majority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall the debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The Chair now recognizes a gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, no one should go bankrupt because they get sick. I was proud to be able to invite and join Director Chopra of the CFPB, along with Congresswoman Debbie Dingell, in hosting a roundtable on the impact of medical debt on our families. We talked about the groundbreaking proposal by the Biden administration that would change lives of millions of people, where we would ban and prohibit medical debt from appearing on people's credit report. I know this step is long overdue. Having introduced legislation like the Restoring Unfairly Impaired Credit and Protecting Consumers Act would prohibit outright the reporting of medical debt on consumer reports. Today, 15 million Americans have $49 billion in medical debt on their credit reports today. In Wayne County, which is the largest county in Michigan, nearly 1 in 6 residents have medical debt. But behind these numbers are real people. There are families whose lives are being impacted by this crushing burden, all because they got sick. We heard this firsthand from one of my residents, Livonia resident Erica Price, who is devastated by our broken healthcare system while watching her husband's body deteriorate. For many, medical debt means sleepless nights worrying about making ends meet. Some families go bankrupt. Others lose their home. This is wrong. And again, no one chooses to be sick. The burden of medical debt can also haunt families by lowering their credit score, preventing them from getting a job, even be able to rent a home, even be able to get a car or small business loan. To add to this crisis, I joined Senator Bernie Sanders and Congressman Ro Khanna introducing Medical Debt Cancellation Act to eliminate medical debt completely. We know that we have sick care in our country, not health care. We know that this is also an economic and social justice issue, and that many of our low-income families are most vulnerable. Some of my seniors, even with insurance, are starting to see medical debt rise. We also know many of our Black and Latino neighbors are more likely to be impacted. We know that without Medicare for all, millions of people lack coverage while expenses continue to rise. We all deserve so much better than a broken healthcare system that profits off of sickness and leaves more than 20 million people without health insurance. No one should lose their home or have to declare bankruptcy because they got sick. Medical debt should never haunt someone financially. This body must take action to relieve this burden for many of our residents. Mr. Speaker, I'm sick and tired of DTE's Energy's corporate greed. While many residents suffer the consequences and it goes days without power in Michigan, our families can't afford more power outages that spoil their groceries, and guess what? They only get $25, sometimes $35 in reimbursement. That ruins their medicine that's in the refrigerator. It leaves our neighbors without access to critical medical devices, all because DTE would rather pay out their executives, look it up, and their shareholders than ensure reliability. They defer maintenance and rather, again, pay our shareholders instead of making sure their grid is strong and reliable. Last month, the record-breaking heat waves, temperatures reached 95 degrees in southeastern Michigan, while over 200,000 residents went without power due to DTE Energy's failure to invest in their infrastructure upgrades while continuing to raise the rates on our families. The company made $1.4 billion in profits last year alone. Their CEO, Jerry, makes $10 million a year. But they are begging the Michigan Public Service Commission to approve more rate hikes I think it's the third or fourth already, and asking our residents to pick up the tab for their executives to travel on corporate jets. It's shameful. The Michigan Public Service Commission should reject these outrageous rate increases. They're not reasonable. They're not fair. We need utilities that serve the people, not shareholders. We need public power. DTE and other not-for-profit utilities should be turned into publicly owned and operated services. We see it over and over again by DTE's action that we cannot allow these corporations because they're always going to put profit before our people. Mr. Speaker, the Individuals and Disabilities Act, or IDEA, is often hailed as landmark civil rights law, the most important civil rights laws in our country, offering a promise of equal education for all of our children with disabilities. We continue to fall short, though, in this promise. The 50-year-old law is underfunded to this day. We passed it in the 1975. And we promised to pay 40% of the cost of the federal mandate on our school district. And we're only reaching about 14 to sometimes 17%. We're not doing enough. Paraprofessionals alone in Detroit are working without a contract right now. Our federal government promised to cover 40% of the extra cost of special education.
Gentlelady's out of time.
Thank you.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak about the most pressing national security threat to our nation right now, the Chinese Communist Party. The CCP is engaged in a full-scale influence and espionage operation right here in the United States of America. From Confucius Institutes to TikTok, and from spy balloons to intellectual property theft. The CCP's mission is quite clear: to collect our data, to infiltrate our country from within, and to become the world's sole superpower. Mr. Speaker, plain and simple, we need to make a change. We must recognize the significant threat that Communist China poses. We must decouple ourselves from our dependence on China. We must restore strong American leadership around the globe. We must ban our adversaries like China from buying U.S. farmland and put an end to their data collection schemes. And Mr. Speaker, we must stand behind our ally Taiwan. The path forward is clear: peace through strength and a resolute leader in the White House. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak from my heart right now on a subject matter that we dealt with yesterday in the rotunda, not too many feet from this House floor. I was honored to be at the ceremony yesterday for the 13 Gold Star families, the 13 service members who bravely gave their lives 3 years ago on the wall at Abbey Gate by a decision made by a failed administration to get all American troops out of Afghanistan, to leave them there, our allies, clinging to the wheels of aircraft as they tried to escape the grip of the Taliban. It was a flawed decision. This administration never apologized to those 13 families for that critical mistake in our world history. Yesterday, someone finally had the guts to apologize to those families, our Speaker, Mike Johnson. I applaud him for that. And the highest honor that Congress can bestow, the Congressional Gold Medal, was given posthumously to those 13 brave individuals, including Lance Corporal Jared Smits from Missouri. I realize that that apology and that acknowledgement and those gold medals will never completely heal those families, but I do think it was a step in the right direction. I was honored to have dinner with some of those families last night, along with Daryl Issa and Ken Calvert and Brian Mast. And sitting down with those families and just hearing their stories and how much it meant to be in that rotunda yesterday, and for our nation to finally acknowledge that it was a mistake. This administration has never done that, and I think it was bipartisan yesterday in that rotunda, make no mistake. I think we all felt the pain of those family members, and I just left the rotunda and came back over here, and I love going to the rotunda every morning when I can and seeing people come in for the very first time, and they look up and they see the pictures of painted by people like Turnbull and others who have painted representations of our heroes. And to have those 13 heroes, their picture in that rotunda yesterday was very fitting. Mr. Speaker, I just want those families to know that we stand with them. We will never forget them. We have their backs, and I hope someday we can regain their respect. Life is precious, but those willing to give the ultimate sacrifice for our nation deserve our complete respect. And thank you. Thank you to you, Mr. Speaker, to those families and for their service members giving it all for our great nation. Mr. Speaker, lastly, I want to reflect on a day of remembrance today, 9/11. This is now the 23rd anniversary of the fateful day in U.S. history when Islamic terrorists with loaded planes crashed into the World Trade Center. And
Gentlemen, his
let's
time's
keep
expired.
that memory alive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and here we are once again. My Republican colleagues have decided to end the 118th Congress the same way they started it, not with a serious budget, but with partisan chaos. Let's look at the last 2 years. First, the GOP manufactured a debt ceiling crisis and took our economy hostage. Despite that, we came together as Democrats and negotiated in good faith. We struck a bipartisan deal and we signed it into law. But the Republicans tore it up. They have ignored it ever since. They have driven us to the edge of a government shutdown 4 times, all to take the money out of pockets of hardworking families and stuff the pockets of billionaires. It's the same plan every single time. Manufacture a crisis, then make working people pay the price. Cut their health care, delay their retirement, lay off the teachers. Well, this week, they've decided to run this same play for a 5th time. They've brought another extreme partisan bill to the floor. Speaker Johnson said yesterday, it's the right thing to do. The right thing to do? Today is 9/11, the 23rd commemoration of the horrors that were befallen upon us on that day. And I, too, was at the ceremony honoring those heroes that we lost in Afghanistan. So coming up, $12 billion short for our veterans' health care, endangering their disability checks, that is the right thing to do? Compromising our national security, cutting Social Security's ability to meet the needs of our seniors, even defunding election security, that's the right thing to do? Come on. They know this is the wrong thing to do, so why are we doing it? Why this reckless 6-month CR? One reason, Donald Trump's Project 2025. The GOP wants to delay this fight past the election into next year, all in the hopes that they have a better chance at enacting Trump's extreme agenda. What is that agenda? Ending Social Security and Medicare as we know them, auctioning off the VA for-profit corporations, cutting our school budgets in half, eliminating the Department of Education, eliminating Head Start, raising the cost of childcare, imposing a national sales tax, rationing health care for working families, and enacting a nationwide abortion ban. The Republicans have shown us their plans for a second Trump term. They have told us it will be even worse than his first. We should believe them. The American people reject this extremism, and so should the GOP. Let's pass a bipartisan funding agreement that fulfills our duty to our country, to our veterans, to our seniors, and to our children. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of the life of Gustavus Gus Holmes Bell III of Savannah, Georgia, who passed away on July 22nd at the age of 86. Gus, known by many as Buster, was a dedicated, hardworking man who earned a degree in civil engineering from the Citadel before attending graduate school at the University of Kentucky. Gus was commissioned as a second lieutenant as a reserve commissioned officer in the U.S. Army. After assignments in Virginia, Texas, and New Mexico, Gus moved to Kentucky and was hired in an engineering role. Gus eventually landed in Savannah, Georgia, and was honorably discharged in 1969. Gus was an engineer who was instrumental in establishing a partnership between the U.S. and Saudi Arabia. In honor of Gus's contributions to the city, former Mayor Eddie DeLoach declared August the 11th as Gus H. Bell III Day in Savannah. Gus was also a founder of St. Andrew's on the Mars School in Savannah and a member of the First Presbyterian Church in Savannah. Gus was married for 42 years to his beloved wife, Mandy. After her passing, he was blessed to marry Jan Hall. He is survived by his 3 children, Lisa, Adair, and Holmes, as well as his grandchildren and great-grandchildren. We mourn his loss and keep him and his family in our prayers. And on a personal note, he was one of my mentors who had a great deal to do with helping me in the city of Pooler and our tremendous growth that we experienced while I was mayor, and I will forever be grateful for that. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of Officer Ronald Cooper, who heroically saved the life of a woman who was kidnapped in Brunswick, Georgia. On November 9th of 2019, now retired Glenn County Police Officer Ronnie Cooper responded to a kidnapping call on his police radio. A woman had been abducted from the daycare center where she worked. Bravely, the woman fought back against her attacker, allowing more time for Officer Cooper and the Glenn County Police Department to locate her. The assailant was forced to change his plans, and the brave folks at Glenn County PD were able to locate the victim. Against the clock and all odds, Officer Cooper and his partner, Officer Jeremy Stagner, successfully rescued the victim from her would-be killer. Thank you to Officer Cooper, Officer Stagner, and all the brave law enforcement officers who work diligently to keep our communities safe from violence like this. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the retirement of Bryan County Fire Chief Freddie Howell. Mr. Howell has had a wonderful 39-year career serving his community, and we all are better off for and will deeply miss his passionate service. During his time of public service for Bryan County, Mr. Howell led the fire department in various cleanup efforts and oversaw the expansion of the fire department. He led the cleanup for a tornado in North Bryan that damaged many parts of our community, and Mr. Howell secured several grants that grew his department's team from 36 to over 100 firefighters. The fire department also acquired new equipment, ambulances, and tankers under Mr. Howell's leadership. With his passion for aiding others, Mr. Howell greatly enhanced Bryan County's emergency response capabilities. Following his retirement from the Bryan County Fire Department, Mr. Howell plans to join the private sector as a customer relationship manager. Thank you, Mr. Howell, for your impactful public service to Bryan County and the 1st District of Georgia. Mr. Speaker, it is with great sadness that I rise today to mourn the loss of Richard Dick Berkowitz, who sadly passed away this August at the age of 91 years old and was a dear, dear friend. After attending the Georgia Military Academy, Dick pursued a graduate degree at the Wharton School of Business. Dick proudly served in the United States Marine Corps and was stationed in France with the Army Finance Corp. Mr. Berkowitz also had a 42-year-long career in investment banking and as a stockbroker. His career was marked with success as he was the youngest general partner ever at a Wall Street firm in 1967. In addition to his military service and professional career, Dick will be remembered for expressing his outspoken political beliefs through writing candid memos and his involvement in the Savannah, Georgia community. Dick's legacy will surely be carried on by his wife, Lynn, and his 5 beloved children. My thoughts and prayers are with the Berkowitz family, Dick's friends, and every person he impacted throughout his wonderful life. Dick, we will miss you. I will miss you, my friend. God bless you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this coming Saturday, September 14th, the USS New Jersey, the 23rd Virginia-class submarine, is going to be commissioned in northern New Jersey. It was delivered to the Navy earlier this year. And next to me is a photo of USS Iowa, which is going to be the 24th Virginia-class submarine, which is going to be delivered next month. This is a shot from the dry dock in Groton, Connecticut. Early next year, the 25th submarine, the USS Massachusetts, is going to be delivered to the Navy. Later in the year, the 26th submarine, USS Idaho, is going to be delivered to the Navy. And in the following year, in 2026, USS Arkansas, USS Utah are also going to be delivered. Again, these are really the most critical maritime vessels, particularly in the Indo-Pacific. We're here on China Week. I mean, what is happening in these shipyards is the best rebalancing of deterrence in the Indo-Pacific region. And it's happening at the same time that we are building the Columbia-class submarines, which are the ballistic submarines. Those submarines are actually 2.5 times the size of the Virginia-class submarine. They're just massive vessels, which again are critical because the whole life of the submarines they are replacing, the Ohio-class submarines, are over 40 years old, and so all of this work, again, is something that is really driving a lot of economic activity, certainly in southern New England, but frankly all across the state. Again, Congress has had a big part to play in terms of funding, just in the recent supplemental, the submarine industrial base funding. And again, it's aimed at 3 different things. Number 1, workforce. Number 2, supply chain. And number 3, facility. This is a picture of a supply chain company in Towin, Connecticut, which is in my district in eastern Connecticut, Shelby Supply Company. That gentleman on the far right is Tim Breyer. He's the owner of the company. Their hiring has grown 3 times over the last 3 years because of the metal fabrication work that they do that, again, are part of the submarine industrial base. The woman on the far left in this picture, her name is Amanda Dodd. She is somebody who grew up in Connecticut. She moved to Texas, a welder, and she moved back to Towin, Connecticut last year. And again, as part of the team there that, again, is contributing to this production process, which again took a hit during COVID. There was a slippage in terms of the production cadence and the schedule, but now they're recovering it. And again, Congress has had a big part to play in terms of giving the funding for programs like those that Shelby Supply is part of. In August, I visited Divers Cove, American Systems in Norwich, C-Corp in Groton, Collins and Jewell in Basra. Again, these are all supply chain companies which are part of this enterprise. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I would just say that, when we look at the horizon as far as the amount of work we're talking about here, it's at least 20 years. And we have to go younger and sooner in terms of training up people, in terms of the metal trade skills, engineering skills that are going to be essential if we're going to succeed in this shipbuilding plan. This is a picture of a welding lab, which last Friday was, we had a ribbon cutting. This is a small public high school up in the northeast corner of the state of Connecticut, Turtelot High School. It's a regular public high school. This is a comprehensive high school, not a trade school. And they have, again, because of funding, the submarine industrial base funding, which passed in this chamber earlier this year, they, again, are now installing more welding booths so that these students are going to be able to take advantage of this opportunity. The welding class used to be 8 kids, now it's going to be 50. And these are kids that when they graduate from high school are going to be eligible to get their security badge, go into the shipyard, and be part of this production process. Interestingly, talking to Superintendent Melinda Smith and some of the teachers at the high school, because of this program, students who otherwise would really not be that connected in terms of the work that was going on there because they really were not college bound, attendance is now going up because these kids understand that this program, which they really like, and it's about an hour and a half a day or so, if they don't show up for school, they're going to get removed from the program. So it's a win-win situation in terms of increasing educational proficiency in terms of all subjects, but particularly giving people a skill, which is a life skill, that's going to allow them to succeed in the future. Again, this is now happening, not just in trade schools, which are wonderful, the career and technical schools, which again now have waiting lists for kids who want to get involved, but it's also happening in non-trade public high schools. Westbrook High School in Connecticut is also going to be part of this program, and that's how we succeed as a nation to recapitalize our Navy fleet. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to celebrate a few wonderful things that happened in my district this fall. Mr. Speaker, every September, Cleveland County, North Carolina celebrates an iconic event that marks a transition to autumn. This year, however, we have a special reason to celebrate. It's because the Cleveland County Fair in Shelby, North Carolina is reaching an extraordinary milestone, its 100th anniversary. For over a century, the fair has been more than just an event. It's been a cornerstone of our community. It has brought families together, celebrated Cleveland County's rich agricultural heritage, and provided endless entertainment and thrilling rides and fantastic food as well. As the leaves turn and the air grows crisp, the fair is a perfect way to welcome the fall season in North Carolina. And if you're a politician running for office, well, you need to be there. The fair is a must. I've spent a lot of time shaking hands there over the years, and really grateful for the opportunity to interact with people when they're having great family fun. Thanks to everyone who makes the fair happen, the volunteers and the folks that work the fair, and I want to say congratulations on the 100th anniversary of the Cleveland County Fair. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize a unique and longstanding summer tradition in North Carolina's 10th Congressional District, church camp meetings. These annual events date back to the 1800s and are a wonderful celebration of faith, family, and community. There are 3 camp meetings in my district, not far from where I live. The Balls Creek Camp Meeting, held in Catawba County. The Rock Springs and Tucker's Grove Camp Meetings, both held in Lincoln County, very close to where I live in Lincoln County. All 3 camp meetings are listed in the National Register of Historic Places. Camp meetings happen each August and last for up to 2 weeks. Families gather for worship under an arbor, which is a central open-air shelter that seats hundreds of people. There are singings, youth rallies, and plenty of time to visit with family and friends. Many families, in fact, stay at the campground in wooden cabins known as tents. Ownership of those tents have been passed down, for many of them, for generations. These are beloved events, and they truly are events where families date back to the earliest settlers of the area that started the events so many years ago. Many people who attend are direct descendants of those people of faith who started gathering more than 150 years ago for these events. It's important to not just to honor our traditions, but to preserve them, and that's what these camp meetings do. The organizers of these camp meetings continue to do that with these important events and timeless expressions of our enduring faith. And for that, we honor and thank them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Davis, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to commemorate a remarkable woman, Cassie May Smith, a Brattleboro North Carolina resident and my State of the Union guest this year, whose beautiful life spanned 109 years. On August 10th, she passed at her home, surrounded by family and friends. She was a beloved figure, affectionately called Ma Cassie by her neighbors and friends. She was born in 1914, before women had the right to vote. Once Ma Cassie was able to exercise her right to vote, she voted in every election she could and began advocating for others to do the same. In March, my office helped her achieve 2 items on her bucket list. She had never met a president or flown on an airplane. She flew to our nation's capital for the State of the Union. Afterward, she met President Joe Biden. While here, I'm grateful for so many colleagues from across the country and from across the aisle for taking the time to speak with her. I'm also grateful for President Biden spending time talking with her. If not the oldest, she had to be one of the oldest ever to attend the State of the Union address. It meant a lot to her, and she was indeed grateful. She loved our country, the United States of America. And her story of resilience and grace has touched the lives of many, including my own. Her journey has inspired us all, from working on a farm in North Carolina to traveling for the first time at 109 on an airplane to our nation's capital. For those who knew her, Miss Cassie Smith was also a woman of unwavering faith. She loved the Lord. She loved her church, Pittman Grove Baptist Church. Her pastor, Thomas Ray Green, and his wife, Sharon, who traveled with her for the State of the Union. In fact, after the State of the Union, she made clear to me, she said, "I know my pastor prays for me." Frank Smith, her son, said his mother had a deep spiritual connection with God, always looking up when she prayed. He once asked, "Mama, who are you talking to?" She said, "I'm talking to the Lord." I also recognize Faye, Frank's wife, Miss Cassie's caregiver, and to all of the caregivers. According to her son, the family had planned to celebrate Ma Cassie's 110th birthday this October with a trip to the mountains, the last item that she had on the bucket list. Well, she didn't make it to the mountains. However, Frank, her son, said it best. God has said, "I'm going to take her perhaps to the mountaintop." We will forever hold her legacy in our hearts, and my deepest condolences to her family and the Brattleboro community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Austin Livingston and his years of incredible service as an exemplary work for the 5th District of South Carolina. Austin was born in Texas. He was adopted as an infant and spent most of his formative childhood years raised in Rock Hill, South Carolina. I had the privilege of him living in our neighborhood, and I took him on backhoe rides along with other children to the store and other places. He was known for his physical power on the high school tennis team and also served in our nation's capital as Senate page for Senator Strom Thurmond. This early experience left him a lasting impression, and he was delighted when fate brought him back nearly three decades later to serve as a staff member for the House of Representatives. He was head of the committee for the 5th District. In between 2 congressional jobs, he proudly graduated from Clemson University with a BS in Computer Information Systems. He also worked as a commercial airline pilot, where he flew for Continental Airlines for over 11 years. He was a leader in the commencement photography industry and started his own information technology consulting company specializing in cybersecurity. He has taught Sunday school at his local Presbyterian church in Rock Hill for years and helps as chair of the board of Westminster Cadaba Christian School in Rock Hill. Most importantly, Austin is an outstanding father to his son Pierce, and he's a loving husband to his wonderful wife Camille. As communications director and later deputy chief of staff for my office, Austin spearheaded numerous initiatives, including extensive office renovations and building a TV studio from scratch, which I didn't have to ask him to do. He did that on his own initiative. This was during COVID and when restrictions to facilitate virtual interviews were rampant. It's not only Austin's accomplishments that set him apart, but his character. Throughout the years, colleagues and associates have consistently noted his integrity, his humility, his work ethic, his humor, and his level-headedness in a crisis. I can tell you he is one of the few people I've ever met that has never said a bad word about anybody. He is a leader among leaders and has been a true honor to have him on my staff. His impact on the 5th District of South Carolina and his 725,000 people will be seen for many years to come. Please join me in expressing my heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to Austin Livingston for his profound dedication and work. And all the best in your new photography business, as you deserve the best of the best. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise to celebrate Morton College, the second oldest community college in Illinois, on its 100th anniversary. Located in Cicero, Illinois since 1973, Morton College is the pride of the community. The campus has an award-winning library, a student success center, and facilities equipped with state-of-the-art technology for the more than 3,500 students enrolled in it. As a Hispanic-serving institution, Morton has remained true to its mission of enhancing the quality of life of a diverse community through exemplary teaching and learning opportunities, community service, and lifelong learning. I'm honored to have an exemplary institution in my district. Congratulations to the Morton College community and to the next 100 years. I yield back. Madam Speaker, I rise to honor the legendary journalist Jorge Ramos as he steps down after 40 remarkable years at Univision. Jorge has been a beacon of truth and integrity, a voice for the voiceless, and a relentless advocate for justice for the Latino community. In a world often dominated by sensationalism, he stood as a pillar of credibility, amplifying stories that might otherwise remain unheard. From covering the struggles of immigrants to challenging those in power, Jorge's work has illuminated issues that many in the media choose to ignore. His legacy is one of courage, of compassion, and unwavering commitment to truth. Gracias, Jorge, por ser una voz dedicada a la justicia y por mantener informada a nuestra comunidad. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Ms. Espaillat, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. September 11th serves as a reminder to each of us and our allies across the world, across the planet, of the tragic loss of nearly 3,000 innocent Americans. It also serves as a reminder of our strength as a nation to stand united in the face of terrorism. Yes, 23 years ago, we remember and we will never forget the lives lost that fateful day as we witness the strength and bravery of individuals who sacrificed everything to help their fellow New Yorkers, colleagues at the Pentagon, and fellow passengers and crew members of United Airlines Flight 93. We remember, Madam Speaker, Port Authority police officer Bruce Reynolds, who raced from the George Washington Bridge south to the towers to give his life in support of New Yorkers. Today, we honor him with Bruce's Garden in Inwood, along with 22 other members of the Inwood community who were either raised or lived in that community and gave their lives on that fateful day. We remember Yamel Josefina Merino, a 24-year-old emergency respondent who raced down to the Southern Tower, tried to help people, and was one of the first victims of that attack. Since 2001, we have worked to increase the benefits for those that have been affected in the aftermath. I am a proud co-sponsor of the 9/11 Respondent and Survivor Health Funding Correction Act, which will provide additional funding to the program that provides treatments to 9/11 respondents and survivors. September 11th is a solemn day in our nation's history. It brought our nation together. We remember how churches in my district had processions in the street. Thousands of local residents participated. And we had heroes from Harlem, East Harlem, from the Bronx, from Washington Heights, Inwood, from Hamilton Heights, who gave their lives for our nation. And while 23 years ago have passed since the attacks, we remember and mourn the lives we lost and reflect on the sacrifices and heroism of our first responders and vow to never forget. I know many young people who were not there on that day perhaps have forgotten or the memory has faded. We will never forget the heroism of the men and women who gave up everything for our country, for democracy. We will never forget 9/11 and cannot ignore the magnitude of emotion and remembrance as we reflect on the lives of survivors, their families, and first responders. May God continue to bless our 9/11 families and first responders, and may God continue to bless these United States of America. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll yield back the remaining part of my time.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Representative Ciscomani, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today on the solemn anniversary of the most tragic day in modern American history, the September 11th attacks. 23 years ago, our nation was deliberately attacked by al-Qaeda terrorists, killing almost 3,000 Americans and injuring countless more in the worst attack against our homeland in American history. On this day, let us honor the memories of the fallen and stand with the friends and families of those who perished. May their memories always be a blessing. Let us also commend the courage of the first responders and emergency personnel who put themselves in harm's way to help the victims. While others ran to safety, these individuals braved smoke and fire to service to their fellow Americans, sometimes paying the ultimate sacrifice while in the line of duty. While terrorists hoped to break and brazen, while the terrorists hoped this brazen attack would break America's resolve, they were dead wrong. In these days and months following 9/11, our nation came together with a renewed sense of fortitude, unity, and determination. It sparked an enduring sense of resilience that carried us through the darkest hour and emboldened us to hold those responsible accountable. May God bless America. Madam Speaker, I rise today to shine a light on the destructive surge and scourge of fentanyl, which is poisoning communities in my district and across the nation. Across America, countless lives have been lost, and too many lives have felt, and families have felt the pain of losing a loved one. In May, I hosted members of the judiciary for a field hearing in my district. We heard from Jo Fagan Alexander, a mother who has tragically lost not only one, but two children to the fentanyl crisis, Sam and Gabe. Tragically, these are only two of the many lives lost to the poison at the hands of the Mexican drug cartels and the Chinese Communist Party. Amid the ongoing border crisis, the amount of fentanyl entering our country has spiked to record levels, endangering citizens across the nation. In Arizona, the cost of this epidemic ballooned to over $58 billion in 2023, accounting for the cost of hospitals, public services, law enforcement officers, and the loss of quality of life and productivity of those suffering from this addiction. Just this week, this body passed H.R. 8863, the Detect Fentanyl and Salinizine Act. This would authorize DHS to test and develop more technology to better detect these deadly drugs, which we must do more. I stand willing and ready to work with any of my colleagues who want to find solutions to solve this crisis. The stakes could not be clearer. One pill can kill. We must do more to fight the spread of fentanyl to ensure the safety of our citizens and our communities. Madam Speaker, I rise today with the grave concerns over the continued reports of pharmacies closing in rural communities across my district. I was notified by a constituent recently that 2 independent pharmacies in Wilcox and Benson will soon close, citing the constrictive practices of pharmacy benefit managers. Local independent pharmacies are critical to rural communities as they are often the only medical provider for hundreds of miles, especially in light of the vast consolidation of large pharmacies buying up smaller ones. We must stand for independent practices that serve our local communities. As we speak, this becomes a rural access health crisis, forcing residents of those communities to travel long distances to receive the medication and medical services that they need. This not only places an undue burden on those with limited resources and mobility, but it also increases their risk of delayed treatments and worsened health outcomes, leaving rural communities vulnerable and underserved. It is critical that we address this growing problem now and support our rural pharmacies to ensure that all individuals, regardless of where they live, have access to the health care that they deserve. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Jackson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 3 months ago, the Supreme Court opened a loophole in our bribery laws. They legalized, in effect, a certain kind of bribery, that is, bribery where the payment to the politician comes after they do the thing they've been bribed to do. The Supreme Court said that's not bribery, that's a tip. That's a gratuity, and it's not against the law. Justice Kavanaugh said, if Congress wants this to be against the law, then they should pass a law saying so. Well, I agree. My office has filed a bill to close exactly that loophole, do nothing else. We consider this a completely nonpartisan effort. This is simply about making sure that you cannot bribe politicians. That was the state of the law as we all understood it 3 months ago, and now that has been changed by this court ruling. My office filed a bill. We are very grateful that a member of the majority, Representative Dan Crenshaw from Texas, has joined us on that bill. And this is me encouraging every member of this body, irrespective of party, to join us to make sure that we send a very simple statement to the country that you cannot bribe politicians, that should be against the law. Even if you come up with a somewhat creative way in which to do it straightforwardly, it is wrong, it should be illegal, and if we pass this bill, it will be illegal once again. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today to honor Major John Lucky Luckadoo, an extraordinary American hero who displayed remarkable bravery in World War II. Now 102 years old, Major Luckadoo is one of the last remaining members of the distinguished 100th Bomb Group, famously known as the Bloody 100th. Major Luckadoo grew up in Chattanooga, Tennessee, joined the Army following the attack on Pearl Harbor in December 1941. After training, he served with the 8th Air Force's 100th Bomb Group based in Thorpe Abbotts, England. Of the 40 men from his training class who served in the 100th, only 4 completed their tour, highlighting the dangerous nature of their mission and Major Luckadoo's extraordinary fortune and resilience. Major Luckadoo undertook 25 combat missions over Nazi-occupied Europe, serving as both a pilot and co-pilot in the B-17 Flying Fortress, showcasing his outstanding bravery and expertise under highly challenging conditions and overwhelming odds. Lieutenant Colonel John Bennett, leader of the 100th Bomb Group, aptly remarked, "What the 100th lacks in luck, it makes up for in courage." Major Luckadoo embodied this spirit, and his extraordinary story of survival is chronicled in his biography, Damn Lucky. Major Luckadoo's survival and the consequent telling of his story contribute significantly to the historical record of World War II and stand as a testament to the bravery and sacrifices of the greatest generation. Major Luckadoo currently resides in Dallas, where he actively engages in his community and continues to share his story, ensuring that future generations will continue to draw inspiration from his courage and dedication. In light of his heroic service and enduring legacy, it is fitting that we honor Major John Lucky Luckadoo and express our deepest gratitude for his remarkable contributions to our nation. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor Colonel Kenneth William Cordier, who dedicated his life to serving his country and embodied the highest ideals of patriotism, courage, and sacrifice, including more than 6 years as a prisoner of war in North Vietnam. Born in 1937 in Canton, Ohio, Colonel Cordier entered the United States Air Force through the Reserve Officer Training Corps at Akron University in 1960, beginning a distinguished military career that spanned over 2 decades. After training as a Minuteman missile launch officer, Colonel Cordier earned his pilot wings in 1963, was assigned to the 45th Tactical Fighter Squadron, flying the F-4C Phantom jet fighter. On December 2nd, 1966, during his 176th combat mission, Colonel Cordier was shot down over North Vietnam. Captured and imprisoned for over 6 years, he endured harsh conditions in the infamous North Vietnamese prisons, in which he demonstrated extraordinary resilience and unwavering faith. After his release in 1973, Colonel Cordier resumed active duty service with distinction, directing air operations at Sembach Air Base, reactivating the Wiesbaden Air Force Base and serving as an air attaché in England. Colonel Cordier's service to his nation is dignified by numerous awards, including 2 Silver Stars, the Defense Superior Service Medal, the Legion of Merit, the Distinguished Flying Cross, 2 Bronze Stars with Valor, the Purple Heart, 7 Air Medals, the POW Medal, and the Air Force Commendation Medal. He retired with honors in 1985. After the war, he worked tirelessly to dissuade animosity against the Vietnamese people and culture, instead advocating for diplomatic solutions to bring peace to the region and heal old wounds. Colonel Cordier would return to Vietnam 5 separate times. A special note, on his second visit, this distinguished hero brought former POWs to help them find closure in their traumatic experiences as prisoners in Vietnam and to assist in their healing process. Beyond his military career, Colonel Cordier was a devoted husband and father to his wife and daughter, Barbara and Anne. Colonel Cordier's life and service are a testament to the values of duty, honor, country, inspiring future generations to serve with the same dedication and courage. Therefore, I ask that all Americans take a moment to honor the legacy and life of Colonel Kenneth William Cordier, United States Air Force. Madam Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Carbajal, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, in honor of National Aerospace Week, I rise to recognize the vital role the aerospace industry plays in our nation's economy, security, and technological leadership. The United States is on the cutting edge of aerospace technology because of the people who dared to do the unimaginable, just like the Wright brothers over 120 years ago. Because we dream big, we have flown faster than the speed of sound and put mankind on the moon. We have made flying and space launch a normal occurrence. What used to be science fiction is now a fact of life. Aviation has become an integral part of our society and our economy. Every day in the United States alone, nearly 3 million people fly on 45,000 flights. The industry continues to grow each year. In 2023, the aerospace industry contributed $425 billion to the U.S. GDP and supported over 2.2 million jobs. It is also a key tenet of our national defense strategy, equipping service members with the most advanced and effective systems in the world. As co-chair of the House Aerospace Caucus, I am proud to recognize our nation's incredible aerospace industry and its workforce, our pilots, flight attendants, mechanics, engineers, and others who will help us continue to soar to new heights. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last week, contestants competed in the 72nd annual Miss Navajo pageant in my district. To become Miss Navajo, contestants participate in a rigorous, week-long annual competition which requires contestants to demonstrate proficiency in both Navajo and English languages, knowledge of Navajo culture and beliefs, business interviews, contemporary talents, and traditional skills such as sheep butchering and preparing traditional foods. I'd like to recognize Amy Begay, who has served as Miss Navajo for the past year. I met Amy last year during her first trip to the U.S. Capitol and learned about her experience and background and the process of becoming Miss Navajo. We've had a few chances to connect throughout the years, and I've been impressed with her hard work and professionalism. She's been a strong leader and an advocate for Navajo history and culture. Thank you, Amy, for your leadership as Miss Navajo over the last year. I wish you the best in your future endeavors and know you will continue to make the Navajo Nation proud. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today in solemn remembrance of Arthur O. Eve, Jr., a remarkable individual and leader, affectionately known throughout Western New York and beyond as Champ. As the beloved son of New York State Assembly Deputy Speaker Arthur O. Eve and an educator, the late Lee Constance Eve, life lessons in civic responsibility, faith, and a strong work ethic were instilled in him early by his family. As a standout football player who earned all Catholic honors during his time at Canisius High School and shined on the field at the University of Texas at El Paso, Champ turned his athletic talent, natural leadership, and team-building skills into an opportunity to inspire and mentor countless young people through coaching basketball at Calvary Baptist Church, Hutch Tech High School, and Buffalo State University. Through his coaching, he touched hundreds of lives for the better. In his professional positions within a juvenile detention center, an educational opportunity center, Champ dedicated himself to empowering those in need. At Buffalo's Municipal Housing Authority, Champ transformed the agency and set a national standard for compliance and inclusion, which led to the BMHA being recognized as a high performer by the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. Champ was a leader and a respected voice on issues impacting Buffalo's Black community, serving as president of the Black Student Union during his time at the University at Buffalo. And he was the founder and president of Unity Coalition, widely recognized as one of the strongest organizing units in the entire state of New York. As Deputy Commissioner of the Erie County Board of Elections and as a community leader, Champ supported democracy through his work, impressing upon others the power of a vote to express one's values and shape the future of our community and our entire nation. A man of great faith and devotion, Champ was an active member of Elam Christian Fellowship under the leadership of Bishop T. Anthony Bronner. To me, Champ was a dear friend whose counsel guided me in many important decisions throughout my own career. Through a lifetime of tireless advocacy, Champ had an impact on every single life in Western New York, our great state of New York, and the entire nation. He helped to unite us like never before in Buffalo, and our great city's renaissance is a shining example of what Champ believed in: diversity, inclusivity, and opportunity, and a world where everyone can succeed. Transcending his passion for the community was his love and devotion to his family. He leaves behind his father, the Honorable Arthur O. Eve, Sr., beloved wife Kim, 9 children of Arthur III, Cheyenne Denise, Lanisha, Eric James, Lewis, Ashley, Malzetta, Bobby, and David Paul, and 8 grandchildren: Caden, Riley, Kaylee, Kendall, Ari, Lucian, Malaya, and Lux, shared through their blended family, siblings Leisha, Eric, Malcolm, and Martin, and many aunts, uncles, and cousins. As we remember Arthur O. Eve, Jr., we grieve the loss of a beloved friend, celebrate a life well lived, and find solace in knowing that his legacy of service will live on. May Champ Eve rest in peace. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Menendez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 23 years ago, the events of 9/11 forever changed our nation. Family members, friends, neighbors, and loved ones left their homes that morning, never to return. Firefighters from across our district answered the call that day. Port Authority police officers would lay down their lives to save others, honoring the oath they made the day they put on their uniform for the first time. Our hearts are heavy with the memories of those who were lost on that fateful day, but we haven't forgotten, and we will never forget the bravery and courage of the New Jerseyans and all those who responded to 9/11. Their memory is a blessing and a solemn reminder of what is most important in our own lives. I personally remember being a high schooler, standing across the Hudson River, watching countless men and women covered in ashes, just trying to make their way home. We all realized in that moment that our nation would never be the same. Since then, more brave responders have died of illnesses caused by 9/11 than were lost on that day. This tragic reality is proof that there is more work to be done. We will continue to fight for 9/11 first responders and their families to ensure they are given the resources, support, and gratitude for the sacrifices they made in service to others. As we mourn today, let our memories be a reminder that in the wake of 9/11, we united as a country, united not just in grief, but in resolve. We set aside our differences, we found common ground, and we healed together. Today, as we face a nation that feels more divided than ever before, I join my colleagues in remembering the challenges that we've overcome and the unity that made it possible. For the sake of our country, let's recommit ourselves to finding that unity once again. If we do so, we will truly honor all of the lives that were lost that day and in the years since. On August 21st, New Jersey lost one of the greatest champions in our state's history. Bill Pascrell was more than just a member of Congress. He was a friend, a mentor, and someone who was loved and admired by many, myself included. Bill was a true Pattersonian, Patterson with one T, and his constituents knew that in him they had a fighter. He was always ready to speak up for what was right, and he served with purpose. Bill was tough but kind, strong-willed but a team player, and he always had a joke or story that would make you laugh. His legacy has left a mark on this institution and our entire country that will never be forgotten. Since coming to Congress last year, I knew I could count on Bill, and this place will not be the same without him here. And I know the same is true for all those who had the privilege of serving alongside him. Now it is on all of us to continue Bill's legacy by continuing the fight for that which we know is fair and right. That is how we can rightfully honor such a great man, a great leader, and a great friend. Rest in peace, Bill. It was an honor and privilege to know you and to call you friend. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy and eternal God, on this 11th of September, we remember a clear blue sky and a nation at peace. As that memory is now shattered by the destruction that followed, we pray the wisdom to claim your eternal promises and our country's remembrance of that tragedy. Like grass are our days that flourish like flowers in the field. The wind passes over them and they are gone. And so in an instant, our country was robbed of its sense of security and bereft of thousands of its citizens, swept away by the winds of war. We pray that your steadfast love, O Lord, which is from everlasting to everlasting, to rise from the wreckage of that defining day in history. Bless the sacrifice of too many of our sons and daughters who gave their lives to defend the freedoms assaulted on that bucolic day and the decades that followed. Heal the enduring grief of countless families. Bring peace upon our world, which remains in upheaval. And remind us again of your compassion for your children. Freedom by your grace is still to be found in you. Peace and justice in your mercy are ours to preserve and uphold. Ennoble us as a nation, each children of your creation, with the assurance that our hope still rests in you alone. God bless America, and receive our prayers as we offer them in the strength of your name. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Davis.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. What purposes does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition? Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in honor of the 23rd anniversary of September 11, 2001.
Lady suspend. Does the gentlelady ask unanimous consent to address the House?
Yes, sir.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to honor the 23rd anniversary of September 11, 2001, a day where nearly 3,000 lives were stolen from us in a series of brutal terrorist attacks that would alter the course of our nation's history. On that fateful morning, families in New York and across America began their day like any other, only to face a tragedy that forever changed our nation. Husbands and wives, parents and children went about their routines unaware of the devastation that awaited them. Their loss is immeasurable. But so too is the extraordinary bravery and sense of patriotism that emerged from that chaos. Our first responders, firefighters, police officers, and medics rushed into danger, displaying unmatched heroism and selflessness. They ran toward their inferno while others fled, saving countless lives and embodying the true spirit of courage. As we remember those who we lost and honor the valor of our first responders, let us renew our commitment to the values they protected. Their sacrifice demands that we stand united, proud, and protected. May their legacy drive us to uphold the freedom and unity that make our nation strong and resilient. God bless the families impacted that day. God bless our first responders and our military, and God bless the United States of America. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The chair will receive a message.
Madam Secretary. Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker.
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed, without amendment, H.R.
Does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the National Society of High School Scholars announced Imai Pierce of Roanoke Rapids' selection to join the esteemed organization. Pierce is a rising senior at Halifax County Early College, where his weighted cumulative grade point average is over 4.0. Over the past summer, he interned in the Technology Services Department of Halifax County Schools and in the Halifax County School District C teamship. The National Society of High School Scholars is a prestigious honor society that recognizes students with outstanding leadership skills, community service, and academic achievement. EMIE is now a member of a unique community of scholars, a community that represents the bright future even of Eastern North Carolina. Congrats, EMIE. It's a well-deserved recognition. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today marks the 23rd anniversary of the September 11th terror attacks, and I rise today to remember the innocent lives that we lost. At 8:46 a.m., American Airlines Flight 11 flew into Tower 1 of the World Trade Center. Not long after, Flight 175 roared over Lower Manhattan into Tower 2. While Americans around the country were grappling with the events that just transpired, a third plane, Flight 77, crashed into the Pentagon. In southwest Pennsylvania, the fourth flight, United 93, was hijacked and made abrupt turn towards Washington, D.C. But because of the brave passengers and crew members, it crashed into a field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. In the days, weeks, months, and more than 2 decades that followed September 11th, our country joined together to face the very evil which attempted to take us down. We will forever be indebted to our servicemen and women who joined the fight to protect our freedoms. And while today's world has grown no less dangerous, we as Americans are resilient. We will never forget, not 23 years later, not ever. May God continue to watch over our first responders, our men and women in uniform, and all those who keep us safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, once again, we find ourselves in the position where rather than passing bipartisan appropriation bills, House Republicans have once again loaded must-pass legislation with their MAGA wish lists. This time, it's the SAVE Act, which seeks to address non-citizen voting, which is already illegal and punishable by up to 5 years in prison, despite no evidence of a widespread problem. But what the SAVE Act really is the latest Republican effort to restrict access to the ballot box with burdensome proof of citizenship requirements. But under this bill, Americans would not be able to use their driver's license, any state-provided ID, military or tribal ID. The only acceptable form of proof of citizenship will cost money, such as a passport. That is a poll tax. I took my oath of office in this body on the Bible in which my father kept the poll tax receipt that he had to pay as a reminder of how my family had to fight for the sacred right to vote. I will not stand for a new poll tax to be put into federal law. And I urge my colleagues to vote no on today's CR. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Sarpy County Sheriff Jeff Davis, who has announced his retirement after a half-century of service. Sheriff Davis began his career as a 911 dispatcher at 18 years old. After gaining experience on the operations side of law enforcement, he received his law enforcement officer certification and served as a deputy sheriff for the county. Through the years, he has worked in several divisions before becoming the chief deputy. In 2005, he was sworn in as the new Sarpy County Sheriff. Serving in that role, he is known as someone who leads with common sense and a sense of fairness that has earned him respect across the state of Nebraska. Beyond the sheriff's office, he has given back to his community as the chairman of the Nebraska Law Enforcement Easter Seals Telethon and through the Knights of Columbus. As Sheriff Davis embarks on this new chapter, I want to extend my gratitude and that of the people of the 1st District of Nebraska for his many years of outstanding service. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today.
The gentleman will suspend. Gentleman asks unanimous consent to address the House.
Yes, I do. We ask unanimous consent.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to commemorate the 23rd anniversary of 77 Americans, 750 of whom were New Jerseyans, were lost. After the worst, those who today who survived and who are now dealing with the illnesses from that day. And we recognize the resilience of our family. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The chair lays before the House an enrolled bill.
H.R. 1076, an act to require the Comptroller General of the United States to carry out a study on the trafficking into the United States of synthetic drugs and related illicit finance and for other purposes.
purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1430, I call up the Protect American Agriculture from Foreign Adversaries Act and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 9456, a bill to amend the Defense Production Act of 1950 with respect to foreign investments in United States agriculture and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1430, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and submit extemporaneous materials on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I rise in support of H.R. 9456, the Protecting American Agriculture from Foreign Adversaries Act. This important legislation would codify a new set of policies that were enacted under the Consolidated Appropriations Act for fiscal year 2024. H.R. 9456 would make those measures permanent. I would like to begin by thanking the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Newhouse, for offering this legislation. The bill is straightforward. It adds the Secretary of Agriculture as a permanent member of the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, CFIUS, for any transactions related to the purchase of agricultural land, agriculture biotechnology, or any other transactions related to the U.S. agricultural industry. The bill also provides a mechanism for USDA to notify CFIUS of particularly sensitive agricultural transactions. Then, the interagency process must determine whether a review is appropriate. This legislation guarantees that the Secretary of Agriculture will have a seat at the table. Ag Secretary Perdue under the Trump administration and Secretary Vilsack under this administration both agree that having a permanent member of CFIUS is necessary. In fact, during the House Agricultural Committee hearing earlier this Congress, Secretary Vilsack discussed the implications of a permanent placement of the USDA Secretary on CFIUS, saying, and I quote, "Being a permanent member will allow us to educate the other members of CFIUS what is important to look for and what to be sensitive to when it comes to agriculture and agricultural production," unquote. I agree with the Secretary. USDA has a unique expertise that can benefit the other CFIUS members. That's why this bill is so important. This bill is the combination of 2 pieces of legislation that received unanimous recorded votes as a part of the Financial Services Committee markup last fall. My legislation, the inclusion of the Agricultural Secretary as a CFIUS member, and my colleague from Missouri, Blaine Luptemeyer's legislation, the USDA referral system, both enjoyed unanimous bipartisan support. In addition, slightly modified versions of these measures were enacted in the FY24 appropriations in March, and I was pleased to see the policies become the law of the land. H.R. 9456 would permanently authorize them rather than rely on the annual appropriations process. The bill focuses the government's limited resources on foreign adversaries, the People's Republic of China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. It's not about closing off the United States from the rest of the world. For decades, Congress and the executive branch have upheld our country's commitment to an open investment climate. Foreign investment in the United States creates millions of jobs while boosting U.S. exports and expanding R&D budgets. This legislation is consistent with our core American values and consistent with the unanimous bipartisan legislation passed in the Financial Services Committee. Since the 1970s, USDA has been responsible for the collection of foreign ownership in the U.S. agricultural land. This piece of legislation, as with the bipartisan committee-passed version and the provision currently in law as appropriate appropriations language, empowers USDA to flag foreign persons and entities for CFIUS to consider. To object to this legislation is to object to current law, existing practices, and bipartisan consensus. CFIUS's mandate remains clear. It must stay focused on national security issues, whether in agriculture or any other sector. I'm hopeful this bill will soon find its way to the President's desk so that the growing cooperation between CFIUS and USDA can continue, allowing CFIUS to take advantage of the subject matter expertise housed at the Department of Agriculture. Food and agricultural security is a critical component of our national security, and this legislation recognizes that. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance, or I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman
But
is
before I
recognized.
begin, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the 23rd anniversary of the September 11th terrorist attacks. Today will serve as a reminder that we should work hard to guard against terrorism and always stand against hate. Moving to the debate on H.R. 9456, I would like to start by noting that Democrats, especially those serving on the Financial Services Committee, have a strong record of working with Republicans to counter threats from the People's Republic of China. In fact, just yesterday, the House passed 2 bills from our committee. Unfortunately, H.R. 9456 is not an example of that kind of bipartisanship. In fact, this bill undermines a bipartisan law that we passed just 6 months ago. Yes, it was 6 months ago that the House and Senate worked across the aisle and with Biden-Harris administration to pass legislation that would protect our national security from adversarial countries like China acquiring critical agricultural land in the United States. To help review foreign investments involving the U.S. agriculture, this bipartisan law added the Secretary of the Department of Agriculture to the Committee on Foreign Investments in the United States, or CFIUS, which is the interagency committee that determines whether a foreign investment in a United States company or asset could pose a threat to our national security. That law further codified reporting and coordination between the Secretary of Agriculture and CFIUS. I mention this law, Mr. Speaker, because I think my Republican colleagues have forgotten what we did only 6 months ago, and in their rush to pull together bills for the so-called China Week, they appear to have brought up a poorly drafted copy of legislation we already passed. However, in the frenzy to bring this bill to the floor, H.R. 9456 doesn't duplicate the law. Rather, it results in the Secretary of Agriculture having to report countless transactions to the committee that have nothing to do with our national security. Currently, the law provides to the Secretary of Agriculture the support of the United States intelligence community to identify those transactions that may pose a threat to our national security. Inexplicably, H.R. 9456 removes that intelligence community assistance, leaving the Secretary to guess which transactions might pose a threat to our national security. Further, unlike the law that was passed just 6 months ago, the bill broadens the scope from, quote, foreign governments and entities of concern, quote, to now include, quote, foreign persons, which means all individuals and entities of China, Russia, Iran, or North Korea. This means anyone with citizenship in those countries, including refugees or people who are here in the United States with green cards or other visas. The bill broad brush approach of targeting individuals from China, North Korea, Russia, and Iran amounts to just racial profiling. This bill's focus is similar to the restrictive, xenophobic real estate laws passed in a number of states, like Florida, where citizens of the same countries are banned from buying property and which has resulted in numerous instances of discrimination. It is for this reason that this bill is opposed by the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus, the National Iranian American Council, AAPI Hate, Asian Americans Advancing Justice, the National Council of Asian Pacific Americans, the Asian American Scholar Forum, and the American Civil Liberties Union. The Biden-Harris administration has also put out a statement of administration policy opposing the saying that it is, quote, inconsistent with CFIUS process and would not be implementable as drafted, end quote. Mr. Speaker, these deficiencies taken together will divert precious resources from CFIUS, targeted national security reviews. This is a bad bill that harms the bipartisan work we already passed this year and will sow divisions among neighbors across America. For these reasons, I will vote no, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have the privilege of yielding 5 minutes to a gentleman who not only understands the security issues because of his involvement as a United States Congressman from the state of Washington, but he's also a farmer from the state of Washington, so he understands the impact these issues have on farms and ranches across the country. I yield the gentleman 5 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
I want to thank Mr. Lucas for yielding some time. Mr. Speaker, the reality that we face is simple. The CCP, the Communist Chinese Party, is planting roots in our homeland and working around the clock to infiltrate our institutions. In the last decade, Communist China's investment in U.S. ag land has grown tenfold. That is a dangerous trend that we cannot understate. But today, we are taking an important step in keeping them out. My bill to add the Secretary of Agriculture to the Committee on Foreign Investment is critical in keeping the CCP off of American soil. Mr. Speaker, food security, as you've heard many times, is national security. This legislation strengthens the safety of our supply chains and opens a door to new reporting mechanisms that USDA can use to keep us safe from this threat. With an already flawed foreign purchase reporting system within USDA, we must be sure our ag land is protected from nefarious actors. As chairman of the Congressional Western Caucus, I hear from farmers and ranchers across the country who are concerned by the reality that not only is the CCP in our backyard, but we cannot accurately say where. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, my bill guarantees that the Secretary of Agriculture can accurately monitor and report purchases, not just for land, but also for biotechnology, transportation, storage, and processing. This bill is a first step. It is the beginning of the effort to keep our greatest adversaries from being able to purchase any American farmland. Because the way I see it, a group like the CCP that has made it their goal to cripple the United States has no business having a hand in our supply chains and critical lands. But first, we must know exactly how much they already have. Mr. Speaker, time is not on our side here. Every moment we wait, the CCP tightens their grip on our system, further succeeding in their efforts. I want to thank Speaker Johnson and Leader Scalise for bringing this important piece of legislation to the floor. A vote for this bill is a vote for our farmers, our economy, and our national security. With that, Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. I want to highlight just how rushed the process for this bill has been. I'd like to remind my colleagues that this bill was only introduced 5 days ago, on Friday of last week. The notice of the Rules Committee hearing for this bill went out the same day that the bill was introduced, and the hearing happened the very next Monday. That timing didn't give members and staff so much as a single business day to prepare, let alone for the Treasury Department and outside groups to conduct their own analyses. Needless to say, there hasn't been a single hearing on this bill, none, nor has it ever been marked up, never. And to top it all off, the bill providing for consideration of the bill gives members no opportunity for amendment. Considering we just passed legislation to address the very concerns that this bill purports to tackle, I can see no policy reason as to why we're moving ahead with this bill so hastily. And given the serious defects with this bill, I don't understand why Republican leadership is denying members the opportunity to properly assess these issues. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle have insisted on following regular order again and again. So I would urge them to heed their own calls on this bill and allow this body to properly consider this legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, before I yield to the gentleman from Nebraska, I yield to myself time. H.R. 9456 is comprised of 2 bills that were both marked up and unanimously reported from the Financial Services Committee. The administration did not send any technical assistance when both bills were marked up in the committee a full year ago. They did not send TA until 2 days before this bill went to rules. The edits were very technical in nature and open to interpretation. I repeat again, both of the underlying bills were marked up and unanimously reported from the committee in September 23. My colleagues on both sides of the aisle voted for the language in committee, and the Treasury gave no responses at the time. With that, I yield 2 minutes to my colleague from Nebraska.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Mr. Newhouse for introducing this important and long overdue piece of legislation. According to the USDA, as of 2022, foreign individuals held an interest in over 43 million acres of U.S. ag land. For context, 43 million acres is larger than the state of Florida and greater than the total land area of 29 U.S. states. Between December of 21 and December of 22, privately held foreign ag land increased by more than 3 million acres and now accounts for 3.4% of all privately held agricultural lands in the U.S. This is a real problem, and it's growing. Our nation's land is linked to our national security, our food supply, and energy resources. The rising trend of foreign ownership is highly concerning. The USDA is responsible for collecting data and reporting to Congress on foreign-owned ag land, but that's it. In its own words, the USDA does not have a role in reviewing the purchase or sale of ag land in our country. Additionally, the USDA has failed to penalize improper filing of ag land transactions by foreign nationals, further emphasizing its lack of sufficient enforcement authority in this area. Let me be clear. Foreign ag land ownership is a national security issue, and it should be treated as such. Over the last several years, we've all experienced firsthand the detrimental impact food and energy supply chain disruptions can have on our communities. Therefore, it's simply common sense that we pass this bill to expand CFIUS and better address this ongoing threat. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman
I reserve
yields.
the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
On Veterans Affairs. Is that the name of the committee? Veterans.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Again, I yield myself such time as I may consume. My colleagues is exactly right that the Financial Services Committee passed language that is similar in some respects to Representative Newhouse's bill just 6 months ago in the Consolidated Appropriations Act. That language reflected bipartisan work done by the Financial Services Committee on 2 Republican bills that had been marked up by our committee with unanimous votes. We continue to work in a bipartisan manner, as well as with the Senate and the Treasury Department, to get language that reflected these 2 bipartisan bills into the appropriations bill, which ultimately got passed into law. But it is simply false to claim that the bill we are considering today is somehow a harmless duplication of what we have already enacted. As I have laid out in detail already, this bill undermines the bipartisan work that we have done on this issue and raises serious concerns about both national security and racial profiling. We already did the work to strike a reasonable bipartisan compromise on this front. But Republicans are choosing to undermine that bipartisanship with this bill. So I would like to call, and I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, the ranking member of the Committee on Veterans Affairs.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 9456 would expand the kind of transactions that the Secretary of Agriculture is required to report to the Committee on Foreign Investment in the U.S., or otherwise known as CFIUS, including any farmland transaction by foreign persons of China, North Korea, Russia, or Iran. This broad definition of foreign persons would encompass all legal immigrants and refugees from these countries and require the Secretary to report on their agricultural land transactions. This opens the door to treating immigrants as national security threats solely because of their country of origin and harms Asian American communities across the board. I just want to recount that my own family, my father's family, was affected by the alien land laws that were prevalent on the west coast of the United States. My grandfather, Isao Takano, immigrated to this country through the port of Tacoma. And he married my American-born grandmother. He was not able to purchase land in his own name. And in fact, in the mid-30s, purchased 5 acres of land through my grandmother's name, and because she was an American citizen. But for the fact that my uncle was returning in uniform from the 442nd Infantry, notified the family that there was a lien against the property and they couldn't pay it in time because they were in internment camps. It's a terrible chapter in our history that this country passed alien land laws that affected so many of the families that my family knows. And so for this reason, at the appropriate time, I'll offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered a motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would add findings regarding the scapegoating of Asian and Iranian Americans as a long part of U.S. history and show instances of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders nationwide that have experienced discrimination and unfair treatment. We must send this bill back to committee and bring forth thoughtful proposals that help our communities without putting our national security at risk. So therefore, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment, and I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
objection, the gentleman yields. The gentlewoman. Does the gentlewoman reserve?
Are we prepared to close?
No. Just say yes. We're reserving our time.
We're reserving our time. Thank you.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, before I yield to the gentleman from Texas, I yield to myself first. The Agricultural Foreign Investments Disclosure Act of 1978 already requires that all foreign persons and legal entities acquiring or transferring an interest in U.S. agricultural property submit a report to USDA containing the information on the transaction and the parties involved. That's present law. CFIUS can already use this data when considering potential national security risk and determining whether a transaction is covered by its jurisdiction. This bill does not change that jurisdiction. What this bill does is formally establish a referral system between USDA's current monitoring of land purchases and CFIUS in order to target our adversaries and avoid unnecessary bureaucracy. The bill singles out purchases involving the People's Republic of China, Iran, North Korea, Russia. It's the governments of these non-free societies that are our threats, and it is their manipulation of their people that are the threats we try to address. With that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Madam Speaker, it is no secret that China intends to take over America and become the world superpower. It's all about control for the Chinese. They want to control our prices and our supplies. For the past few years, they have been on a spending spree, buying farmland across the United States. Today, 1 in 4 pigs raised in the United States is owned by the Chinese. 18 beef and 12 pork establishments have been given export licenses by the Chinese government. Even more alarming, not only do they intend to buy this land for their own benefit, but they also try to use these shell companies to buy land near sensitive military, classified military sites. One of the attempted purchases was in my district. The Protecting American Agriculture from Foreign Adversaries Act is an important step to stop this from happening. We must pass this legislation to permanently add the Secretary of Agriculture to the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States and to take necessary actions to prohibit the purchase of U.S. agricultural land by foreign adversaries. If we fail to act now, we risk more than just losing land. We risk the Chinese Communist Party control of our future. I yield back.
Reserve the balance of my time, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, several groups have come out in opposition to this bill over concerns of racial discrimination and profiling, including the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus, the National Iranian American Council, the AAI Stop Hate, the Asian Americans Advancing Justice, the National Council of Asian Pacific Americans, the Asian American Scholar Forum, and the American Civil Liberties Union. For example, according to the American Civil Liberties Union, quote, this legislation discriminates and targets individuals solely because of their citizenship and tends to conflate individuals from covered countries with their governments. It does this despite the lack of any showing that it is necessary or that passing this bill would do anything to protect U.S. national security interests, end quote. According to the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus, quote, H.R. 9456 is not an effective way to address national security. It is a continuation of our nation's shameful history in enacting racist alien land laws from the 19th and 20th century that barred Chinese and Japanese immigrants from purchasing land and which eventually laid the groundwork for mass incarceration of 120,000 Japanese Americans during World War II, quote, end quote. We cannot go back to those shameful parts of our history where we denied equal protection and due process for entire ethnic groups simply because of their ethnic heritage. The bipartisan language that we already passed into law appropriately tailors reporting from the Secretary of Agriculture to include only those transactions that have a national security nexus, including transactions that involve foreign governments or entities of concern, which is defined to include foreign terrorist organizations or sanctioned entities on the Treasury Department's economic and trade sanctions list. The law also provides support to the Secretary of Agriculture from the United States intelligence community to determine which transactions may pose a national security concern. This bill overturns that bipartisan compromise and would treat refugees and legal immigrants from any of these countries in the same manner as known terrorist groups. This is outrageous, and I hope that both sides of the aisle will do what is right, do what is fair, recognize the history that we're not proud of as it relates to racial profiling. I would hope that we would do the right thing on this bill. This bill should not be passed. We've already done what was needed in a bipartisan way. I don't know why they would take time to undermine the work that we did, and I certainly want a no vote on the bill.
Reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Madam Speaker, before I yield to my colleague from Michigan, I yield to myself as much time as I may consume. This is a process that combines two good pieces of legislation. This is a process that takes what we successfully did in appropriations, which means an annual process of renewal, and it makes it permanent law. This is an acknowledgement that Congress recognizes the importance of making this statute permanent, not just a part of annual funding language. It's hard for me to imagine why we wouldn't support this. It's just difficult to imagine. With that, I yield to the gentleman from Michigan, 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Food security is national security. The Chinese Communist Party understands this. That's why Xi Jinping has labeled food security a national priority, and CCP-aligned companies have amassed thousands of acres of American farmland. Because when the CCP looks at U.S. farmland, it sees a strategic asset. Once acquired, it will be used to enhance Chinese national security and undermine our own. This is because there is no such thing as a private company in China. Under their national security laws, private companies are required to help the Chinese government and military upon request. It is certainly not a coincidence that so many of the farmland Chinese companies acquire are next to military bases, American military bases, or critical infrastructure. China would never allow U.S. firms to buy land near Chinese military bases. To protect our national security, we need to do the same. And I urge my colleagues to support Mr. Newhouse's Protecting American Agriculture from Foreign Adversaries Act to do just that. I yield back.
Reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, my colleague across the aisle has pointed out that the language that we passed into law as part of the Appropriations Act just 6 months ago may expire along with the appropriations. While that may be the case, it is simply false to claim that all this bill would do is ensure that the language survives past that expiration. If that were all this bill were doing, I would support it the same way I supported that language before. In fact, I would urge Republicans to bring a bill to the floor that would exclusively eliminate any expiration on the bipartisan language that we have already passed so that we can continue to work in a bipartisan manner on this issue, instead of moving this harmful bill that we are considering here today. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Indiana, one of my fellow farmers who understands these issues from the tractor seat and the field. Dr. Baird.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, when we talk about land, and we talk about land for farmers and ranchers, we're really talking about that top 8 inches of soil, which for some of you that may not recognize, that we consider that a living, breathing organism because of the organisms there and the complex chemistry that takes place, the nutrient exchange that grow the plants that rise above the surface. And so I want to compliment our farmers and ranchers. We've spent a great deal of time and money and effort for conservation programs to protect that top 8 inches of soil. And so when we talk about land, we're also referring to a very precious resource. And we're not interested, since we've invested so much time and effort to make sure that we preserve that land, we're not interested in letting our adversaries have access to that. And so in that vein, Indiana and foreign investors own and lease about 400,000 acres of agricultural land. And when I talk about agricultural land, I'm talking about the land that either produces crops, forestry, or pasture, forages, and that sort of thing. Some of them do not pose a real threat. However, foreign adversaries, including Communist China, are buying up farmland. Investors from Cuba, Iran, North Korea, Russia, and Venezuela under the Maduro regime, as I heard our speaker mention a minute ago, hold about 95,000 acres of American agricultural land. But between 2010 and 2021, that's just the last decade or so, individuals or entities affiliated with the Communist China increased ownership of our agricultural land from 13,000 acres to 383,000 acres. That's a tenfold increase. And so we need to be conscious of that, we need to be aware of that, and we don't need to let our adversaries have that. What's even more concerning is that the Chinese-owned entities have purchased farmland near at least 19 of our military bases. And that strategically placed land could be used by the Chinese Communist Party to surveil our military sites. And this is a huge national security threat. While our adversaries are buying up...
30 more seconds.
Thank you, sir. I'll try to finish in that 30 seconds. You know, our adversaries are buying up our farmland. I mentioned that. The U.S. is currently losing 175 acres of farm and ranch land every hour for housing and other industries. The reduction in the amount of land for sale is contributing to the higher prices of land, as well as making it harder for young farmers to access quality land. We cannot keep burning the candle at both ends and allow our adversaries to purchase land when the American farmers are struggling to do so. Ultimately, food security, as it's already been mentioned, is national security, so we must ensure resources are as precious as our farmland cannot be exploited or purchased by our adversaries. And I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as I laid out in my opening remarks, this bill confusingly duplicates and conflicts with existing law. To be clear, this bill would add new language rather than amending the existing language that is already in law. Having two conflicting laws creates significant legal ambiguity as to how to interpret these competing texts. It would undoubtedly result in litigation as agencies struggle to determine what their legal obligations are, tying up limited resources as both CFIUS and the Department of Education, at both. This hastily written text does not appear to have appropriately taken into account the resultant legal ambiguities, and I would urge all of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to, at the very least, take the time to address these legal ambiguities and provide a clear mandate. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from California reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, before I yield to the gentlewoman from Iowa, I would simply note that, like all legislative processes, with the signature of the President on this piece of legislation, it will supersede the appropriated law. It'll be straightforward. With that, I yield to the gentlewoman from Iowa. 2 minutes.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise in support of the Protecting American Agriculture from Foreign Adversaries Act, and I'd like to thank Representative Newhouse for his continued leadership on this issue. I'm proud to have helped introduce this important piece of legislation to protect our food supply from foreign adversaries like Communist China. China does continue to buy up American farmland at an alarming rate. They are aiming to gain control of our food and fuel supply chains, stealing American intellectual property and strategically purchasing land near sensitive sites. China doesn't even allow its own citizens to own land, but we've allowed China to purchase nearly 350,000 acres of our agricultural land. Our adversaries will stop at nothing to disrupt critical industries like agriculture, and this bill will help us to block transactions that are a threat to our national security. By ensuring that the Secretary of Agriculture has a seat at the table on CFIUS, foreign transactions involving agricultural assets will receive proper oversight so that we can prevent our adversaries from continuing to undermine our food supply and national security. In Iowa, we know our land is sacred. Iowa farmers truly do feed and fuel the world, so we cannot allow the CCP to continue buying up our most valuable resource. So I urge my colleagues to support this good piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time, and I note to my colleague that I have no other speakers and will be prepared to close after she closes.
Gentleman in reserves. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 9456 undercuts not only a bipartisan accomplishment from 6 months ago, but also our government's ability to stop adversarial countries like China and Russia from acquiring companies, from acquiring their technology and land that are critical to our national security. This bill will also cause financial harm to lawful, permanent residents and other immigrants based solely on an investor's citizenship. Members of this body considered this issue just 6 months ago, passing bipartisan legislation to add the expertise of the Secretary of the USDA to CFIUS and improving the process by which agricultural land transactions are shared with and reviewed by the government. That bill was drafted in coordination with the Biden-Harris administration, as well as Democrats and Republicans in the House and Senate. It was passed into law through Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2024. There is no need to rewrite this law. H.R. 9456 is a rush job by the House Republican leadership, and it shows in how harmful this bill is to both our national security and the people who we serve. And so I would just say to my colleagues, if you're really concerned about security, if you really want to support ag and the farmers, why did you just pull the continuing resolution that we were supposed to take up to continue government functioning? Now, I guess you don't have the votes, and you're doing nothing to protect the very people that you purport to want to protect. Wow. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady, gentleman from Oklahoma
I
is
yield back.
recognized. Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would note, as I conclude with my comments and yield back also. There have been many occasions when the good lady, the ranking member of the full committee, and I have battled over issues. And there have been occasions when we've been in the same trenches, fighting in the same direction on policy. And I would say that she is always a very worthwhile adversary and just a pretty viciously effective ally on those rare occasions. But today, we disagree. We disagree. I believe Americans have long recognized that a resilient food supply is essential to national security, which is why the rise of foreign investments in our nation's farmlands deserves increased scrutiny. We have seen our geopolitical adversaries, China in particular, are eager to exploit vulnerabilities in critical supply chains. Investment from China poses a unique risk to the American economy. And the Chinese Communist Party exercises immense control and influence over Chinese-owned companies operating abroad. This bill recognizes that a national security framework that excludes agriculture is incomplete. In my own state of Oklahoma, foreign land ownership has been against the law for decades and decades and decades. But my state officials tell me that with the web of LLCs and trusts and a variety of other legal mechanisms, they have a difficult time in enforcing that. This piece of legislation today is one of many pieces of the puzzle to bring this to a focus. If you care about the security of this great nation, if you care about building on actions that we've taken in this Congress before, then I urge you to vote for this bill. Make permanent law what is now an annual appropriation type process. I think it is the right thing to do. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1430, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Bill to amend the Defense Production Act of 1950 with respect to foreign investments in United States agriculture and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Takano of California moves to recommit the bill H.R. 9456 to the Committee on Financial Services.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion. What person is
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays a recorded vote.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess for a period of less than 15 minutes. In order? So, for what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 1425.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 1430 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 1425. The Chair appoints the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 1425, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to require any convention, agreement, or other international instrument on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response reached by the World Health Assembly to be subject to Senate ratification.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or their respective designees. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, will each control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong support of H.R. 1425, Congressman Tom Tiffany's No World Health Organization Pandemic Preparedness Treaty Without Senate Approval Act. This bill ensures that the Biden-Harris administration does not circumvent Congress, and it requires that any international instrument on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response that is agreed to by the World Health Assembly must be considered by the Senate as a treaty. When it comes to imposing binding international obligations on Americans, the executive branch cannot go it alone. In our Constitution, in our Republican system of government, the people's elected representatives in Congress must give their approval. An international treaty that cannot command the support of 2/3 of the Senate is not actually a treaty. While one administration may submit to it, it certainly does not bind our nation or future administrations. This proposed World Health Organization pandemic agreement is no exception. In fact, that potentially expansive agreement especially needs proper review and debate by the American people's elected representatives. Article 19 of the WHO Constitution states that such agreements must be submitted to each member state for review, quote, in accordance with its constitutional process. Our constitutional process requires ratification by the Senate for something to be considered a treaty before it could become force. Likewise, during the World Health Assembly in May, the World Health Organization Director General promised that any agreement, quote, will go to the parliaments for consideration and ratification. Now, we don't have a parliament in our body. It would go to the Senate, and it isn't being sent there by the Biden-Harris administration. So why does the administration not want this to go to the Senate? Well, that's an important question to ask. They certainly have not kept the drafting and negotiations transparent or accountable to the American people. And now that negotiations are supposed to conclude by early 2025, there remains a distinct possibility that the World Health Assembly will try to call an emergency vote on a final draft treaty before a new U.S. administration takes office. Far too little attention has been paid to what this treaty would mean for health policy in the United States and elsewhere. The latest draft is limitless in scope and contains overly broad language that can be read to support abortion and radical left ideology. It claims to impose undefined financial obligations. It grants more authority to the WHO, potentially infringing on our sovereignty. It threatens both intellectual property and speech rights. It provides zero accountability for China. The pandemic treaty would give more U.S. taxpayer dollars to the WHO bureaucrats to manage, even though the U.S. has already spent billions on pandemic preparedness. In total, the U.S. has spent around $2.2 billion towards global health security, which, along with the pandemic fund donations, goes towards strengthening global health systems, supply chains, healthcare workforce, and the international laboratories. In addition, the international health regulations have been in place since 2005 as a mechanism to address infections, disease outbreaks around the world. They were just updated this past May to include a new financial mechanism. So why do we need yet another funding stream for U.S. dollars for pandemics? What's also concerning is how the treaty is being used as a vehicle to promote and implement a radical left ideology. If this treaty were truly a model for promoting global health security, then the World Health Organization would keep it clean of divisive and controversial items, not just for Americans' interests, but for interests around the world, in keeping with humanitarian principle of neutrality. Americans remember and are still recovering from the devastations of COVID-19. Many lives and livelihoods were lost, and we can certainly and should prepare for future pandemics, but Americans also remember that the WHO's egregious mishandling of COVID-19. World Health Organization Director General Tedros enabled the Chinese Communist Party's grand COVID cover-up in the winter of 2020 by parroting the Chinese Communist Party's lies, such that the virus did not spread via human-to-human transmission that contributed directly to death and disruption around the world. Despite that colossal failure, the World Health Organization still has not addressed China's involvement in the pandemic's creation or spread, or have they conducted internal reforms necessary to address its own role in the mismanagement of that pandemic. Instead, WHO is asking for more money, more authority, more legitimacy, and less accountability. The Biden-Harris administration is supporting their efforts to do so. Thankfully, H.R. 1425 ensures that the American people, through their elected senators, will have the opportunity to review any pandemic treaty, especially the sweeping grant of power and money to the World Health Organization. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I yield myself such time as it may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I stand in opposition to H.R. 1425. You know, we can't forget the dark times that COVID-19 brought to our communities across the United States and around the entire world. The pandemic resulted in a tragic loss of lives. More than 1.2 million Americans and more than 7 million people around the world died. Now, the next pandemic is not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. During the response to COVID-19, we saw inequities, inequalities, and unfairness across the international system. Vaccine manufacturing capabilities benefiting wealthy nations, and vaccine access being denied to less wealthy nations who were forced to wait in line and in some cases punished for sharing COVID samples with CDC labs and other global health institutions that helped improve the efficiency of the efficacy of U.S.-produced vaccines. The American people, they understand that the United States leadership is critical to addressing the world's most pressing challenges. A key way to do this is through multilateral institutions. Multilateral institutions, including the World Health Organization. You see, working multilaterally is critical to strengthening our national security and to securing our public health systems. Don't just take my word for it. In a nationwide poll conducted at the height of the pandemic, it was found that 82% of American voters supported the United Nations role in helping to stop the spread of COVID-19 overseas. That included 98% of Democrats and 69% of Republicans. The Pandemic Accord aims to strengthen global pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. The United States is a linchpin in ensuring a pandemic accord not only serves our global health security interests, but also helps coordinate a global response to public health threats that don't see our borders. H.R. 1425, sadly, it is nakedly partisan attempt to subvert U.S. diplomatic efforts to reach a pandemic accord agreement alongside 194 World Health Organization member states. The draft pandemic agreement strengthens the global workforce, improves distribution of medical countermeasures, and provides funding for WHO members to improve their response capacity. We must not miss this opportunity to improve global health systems' response capacity, including to prevent the tragic loss of life in the United States of America and globally. By learning, only by learning from our mistakes made during the global response to COVID-19 pandemic, this agreement could be a watershed moment in advancing global health security. We must support the ongoing pandemic agreement negotiations as it could prove essential to saving American lives. Unfortunately, this bill only serves to undermine diplomatic efforts seeking to strengthen global health security. House Foreign Affairs Committee Democrats unanimously opposed this measure at markup. And we made clear when this bill was marked up by our committee in July, the President has the authority of acceding to an agreement through executive action. Executive action does not require the advice and consent of the Senate. The vast majority, 90% of all U.S. international legal agreements are approved via executive action rather than formal approval by the Senate. The draft pandemic agreement under negotiation is not a treaty. If it were, I would be standing in support of H.R. 1425. While framed as an effort to increase congressional oversight, this bill really is a part of Republicans' polarization of COVID responses and anti-science-based policy. It puts the safety and national security of Americans in jeopardy, simply because they don't like the WHO or any multilateral institutions for that matter. Under their isolationists, they like to isolate themselves from everything and everyone. It is the MAGA platform. If the U.S. is not allowed to sit at the table or our negotiating leverage is weakened by this bill, our adversaries and those who do not have our best interests in mind, guess what? They'll be the ones to fill the void. The Biden-Harris administration has made a good faith effort to notify Congress of its planned actions regarding U.S. negotiations, and these efforts have been met with unanimous oppositions from Senate and House Republicans who have voiced their opposition to any agreement, no matter what its contents are. You know, one of the misleading claims made by critics of the draft pandemic agreement includes the idea that it would subvert U.S. sovereignty. Yet, in fact, the draft pandemic agreement explicitly states that it does not give the WHO any power to dictate specific policy to member nations, and the member states may implement policies according to their sovereign laws. Simply put, The draft pandemic agreement expressly affirms the sovereignty of nations to address public health matters. False claims that the agreement would undermine our sovereignty have been thoroughly debunked by multiple reputable sources. The Biden-Harris administration has made it clear that they will not support any agreement harmful to U.S. interests, including our sovereignty. Securing the pandemic agreement would be essential to saving not just American lives, but many lives around the world. This bill undermines diplomatic efforts seeking to strengthen global health security, and I, alongside all House Foreign Affairs Committee Democrats, unanimously oppose this measure. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, the author of this very important bill.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you to the gentleman from Ohio on his leadership. And Mr. Speaker, who do you want in charge of a pandemic policy in the United States? Do you want the corrupt globalists at the World Health Organization in charge of it, or do you want the United States of America to be at the wheel of our pandemic policy? The answer is simple. The World Health Organization has proven time and time again that they cannot be trusted to carry out an effective pandemic response. In 2019, they ignored Taiwan's early warning about the COVID-19 outbreak. Then they parroted the lies of the Chinese Communist Party that there was no human-to-human transmission. Now the Biden-Harris administration is seeking to reward them with our pandemic management. The pandemic treaty draft includes no accountability or improved transparency measures for the CCP and its role in covering up the origins of the COVID-19 pandemic. It focuses on mandated resource and technology transfers and shreds intellectual property rights. It also contains certain provisions that may police our First Amendment rights. Lastly, it does not protect the sovereignty of the United States of America. This legislation is a no-brainer for anyone who stands for transparency and America's sovereignty. It would require any convention or agreement resulting from the work of the World Health Organization's intergovernmental negotiating body to be deemed a treaty, thus requiring the advice and consent of 2/3 of the Senate. Given the vast reach of this so-called pandemic treaty, don't we want Congress to have oversight of it? I encourage all my colleagues to support this bill. But more importantly, I urge all my colleagues to choose American sovereignty, because that's really what is at stake today. And I would also say, Mr. Speaker, I'm hearing from the other side, from the gentleman from New York, it sounds like he has a draft of the treaty. If he is, we would like to see it, because we have not received a final draft of the treaty. And that is part of the impetus for this bill. If we're going to have transparency and accountability for the American people, which we should certainly have, then we need to see the document. Produce the document, allow us to be able to review it, and have the United States Senate, a body of the people of the United States of America, be able to ratify this very important agreement that may have far-reaching impacts on the American people. I yield back.
The gentleman from Wisconsin yields. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, the ranking member highlights that the World Health Organization somehow gives a head nod to sovereignty. And it's true that in their most recent public draft, they mention sovereignty, but only to the extent that they agree that it's in the interest. So somehow they take a position where they're going to judge whether it really conforms or not. That should be alarming, and it should persuade my colleagues to not vote on party lines, but instead to unite in support of this good bill. And I reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, a member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs and a co-sponsor of this bill.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, my constituents in Texas did not elect a single member of the World Health Organization to represent them. This globalist cabal, known as the WHO, capitalized on the CCP bioweapon, which we now call COVID-19, and pushed its tyrannical policies across the world. As my colleague across the aisle said, these were dark days under tyranny. Left-wing globalists surrendered American sovereignty and gave control to the WHO during the, quote, public health emergency. These power-hungry bureaucrats shut down our entire country and infringed upon the constitutional rights of Americans. The Biden-Harris administration cannot circumvent the treaty process defined by the Constitution. Any agreement with the WHO on international pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response must be considered by the Senate as a treaty. There are definite criteria that determine what constitutes a treaty. I recommend my colleagues across the aisle read those criteria. And our lawless president, our lawless administration should execute the law. Our founders of the Constitution wisely included a requirement for the United States to agree to any international treaty. A Senate supermajority would be required. Americans don't support empowering unelected bureaucrats at the WHO who don't hold American values. H.R. 1425 reaffirms Americans' voices through their elected senators. There can be no WHO pandemic treaty without Senate approval. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
The gentleman will suspend. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the President of the United States. The gentleman is recognized.
I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, a co-sponsor of this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson.
New York is, the gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me, the gentleman indicated that he had not seen or know of the draft. I will refer him to WHO's website. Plenty of information. Just go to the website. On the website, Article 24, Paragraph 2 of the draft agreement, I'm reading from it now, goes on to say that nothing, and I quote, nothing in the WHO pandemic agreement shall be interpreted as providing the WHO Secretariat, including the WHO Director General, any authority to direct, order, alter, or otherwise prescribe the national and/or domestic laws as appropriate, or policies of any party, or to mandate or otherwise impose any requirements that parties take specific actions such as a ban or accept travelers, impose vaccination mandates or therapeutic or diagnostic measures, or implement lockdowns. Clear, concise, available. Furthermore, I understand that the Biden administration has issued a statement of policy on this bill strongly opposing it, and I ask that the statement of administrative policy be submitted for the record. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman's request will be covered by general leave. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. At this time, I would like to actually yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia. Mr.
The gentleman
Good.
from Ohio yields. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Meeks talks like there's a final draft of the treaty. We, again, have not seen it. How else would he seem to know or claim to know that it's an executive agreement? We thought it was still in negotiations. Mr. Speaker, I am in strong support of H.R. 1425 requiring any agreement reached by the World Health Organization to be deemed as a treaty and thus requiring the approval of the Senate by a 2/3 vote. The WHO corruptly handled the China virus, due in no small part to WHO Director General Tedros being heavily influenced by Chinese President Xi. In 2020, Tedros praised China for their handling of the pandemic, even though it was clear that they were withholding critical information about the true origin and nature of the virus. This year, member states of WHO have been working to come to an agreement on what is called the Pandemic Prevention, Preparedness, and Response Accord. Thankfully, this agreement, which would absolutely be an unconstitutional surrender of sovereignty for the United States, has not been finalized. However, the World Health Assembly, the body deliberating language in the agreement, has already agreed to several amendments committing to solidarity and equity, establishing a new body to facilitate effective implementation, and creating an international human rights authority to improve coordination between countries. This is nothing more than an international power grab by leftist elitists who hate America, want to infringe on individual privacy, and seek to attack the fundamental principles of American self-governance and self-determination. The WHO symbolizes and represents what the left wants for the world and for the United States, where national sovereignty and individual freedom mean nothing. You see, the Democrats don't believe in American exceptionalism, American sovereignty, our founding Judeo-Christian principles, or the preservation of that which makes us unique and the hope for the world. That is why they believe that everybody in the world has the inherent right to come to America, whether legally or illegally. Just 4 short years ago, the Biden administration, or the Biden-Harris administration, as it used to be called, was shutting down our economy and forcing us to stay in our homes due to the China virus. They think that went great, and they would gladly do it again if it was beneficial to their own interests. The United States should end all taxpayer funding of the WHO, formally withdraw as a member, and ignore any and all edicts put out by this body. Until we do that, at a minimum, we should ensure that the Senate holds them accountable for their infringement on our sovereignty and require a 2/3 approval of any agreement or treaty is what it really is. I thank my friend Mr. Tiffany for his leadership, Mr. Davidson for leading this debate on this important issue, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia yields. I recognize the reserves. I recognize the gentleman from New York.
Didn't actually, but okay.
I reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Yeah, I have no additional speakers, and I do reserve the right to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Let me say, Mr. Speaker, that I believe that one of the things that my Republican friends are trying to do here is to divert the actions, the inactions, the failure of the prior administration during the pandemic. I think that's what the real issue is here, and that's what the problem is. That's why they are putting this bill forward, because they know about the former president, and they know what he said during the time of the pandemic. It's still there for all the world to see about what he said at that particular time. And it is this debate and this bill is why they are debating this and against the bill vigorously. So, what happened? What did Donald Trump said? Let's go back, because sometimes it seems as though our memories fail of what took place during the pandemic. One way we can do that, let's look at what the president said. Because he loves to tweet, or now whatever else he does, put it on, but he said, "We are in very close communication with China concerning the virus. Very few cases reported in the USA, but strongly on watch. We have offered China and President Xi any help that is necessary. Our experts are extraordinary." That's what he said. And then he came right back after that. "I think our relationship have never been better. We're very much involved with them right now on the virus that's going around. We're working very closely. I spoke to President Xi And we're working very closely with China. And honestly, I think as this negotiation was, I think our relationship with China now might be the best it's been in a long, long time. Goes on January 29th, he said, just received a briefing on the coronavirus in China from our great agencies, who are also working closely with China. We will continue to monitor the ongoing developments. We have the best experts anywhere in the world, and we are on top of it 24/7. That's the former President of the United States. What I think has to happen is that we must apply some of the painful lessons, very painful lessons from COVID-19. And one of those lessons that we learned is we must strengthen our global health systems. The pandemic agreement, if secured, could do just that. We learn from the past. It would help us. But if we do H.R. 1425, we would be effectively sending and torpedoing the United States membership in the WHO's pandemic agreement. Now, I know, as I said before, my Republican colleagues don't like to be a part of multilateral organizations. But when you have a worldwide pandemic, it's multilateral organizations working collectively together that can save lives. Because it doesn't stay in one part of the world. It travels all over the world. And it means that we have to conversate and negotiate and work with others. The world is much smaller today. You can't isolate it. We got to work with people. Multilateral organizations is for that purpose. And oftentimes, and they're our experts, lead our voices. You take our voices away, it hurts the American public and the American people and our friends and allies and others all around the world. So we got to strengthen our multilateral relationships, especially when we're talking about WHO's pandemic agreement. Because that agreement, what it aims to do is strengthen global pandemic prevention, strengthens preparedness and response. So we can't let this noise, and we can't allow Republicans to politicize the response of COVID pandemic and utilize anti-science-based policies to derail our diplomatic efforts. This is something that we really should be working together to get done. I mean, doesn't it just make sense that we are part of the process of improving and moving forward for the next pandemic, because we know it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when the world will have it, and don't we want to learn so the lives that we lost previously are no longer lost, that we prevent them. That should be our goal in a bipartisan way. not coming up with something that virtually takes away our negotiating power with the WHO and move forward. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I yield myself the balance of my time. Mr. Chairman, it seems that the ranking member feels confident that if this were exposed to the legislature of our own country, that it would torpedo the agreement. That's what he said. He also said it, maybe in a different context, that if our voices are not heard, America is weaker. Well, he joins a long line of members of his party that say things like, to protect our democracy, we have to avoid democratic processes. We can't allow the people's voice to be heard. We have to use the elite to protect everyone, people who know best. You know, and frankly, if we can't just do it within the Biden-Harris administration, we should do it as part of some globalist institutions and not let it be subject to the scrutiny. In fact, maybe he's onto something. You know, Secretary Blinken, when he testified before our committee last, he said that he has remaining concerns. So we don't know that this is a final draft because the Secretary of State says he has lingering concerns and he's not sure before his term ends as Secretary of State that they can reach a final agreement. Not sure that he can. Why? Because he has concerns about intellectual property infringements, things that would hurt the sovereignty of our own country. So this subjects the agreement, frankly, to what Article 19 of the WHO Constitution states, that such agreements be submitted to each member state for review, quote, in accordance with its constitutional process. The World Health Assembly in May, the World Health Organization Director General promised that any agreement, quote, will go to the parliaments for consideration and ratification. This administration wants to avoid that, and their proxies here in the House want to make sure they can get away with it. That's what this bill is about. So I again want to thank Mr. Tom Tiffany from Wisconsin for introducing this bill, and Chairman McCall for moving it through committee and to the floor. What the other side is claiming is that Congress should not have any role in addressing a sweeping international health treaty that will affect the health, finances, and freedoms of American citizens. And I think it's dead wrong. This bill is the minimum due diligence that we owe the American people. I urge support for H.R. 1425, and I continue to reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I now proudly yield 5 minutes to my esteemed colleague, the ranking member on the Appropriations, State, and Foreign Operations Subcommittee, the gentlewoman from the great state of California, the Honorable Barbara Lee.
The gentlelady from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And let me thank our ranking member, Mr. Meeks, for your tremendous leadership on so many fronts, especially as it relates to global peace and security. Thank you for yielding. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 1425. Now, we have all seen and felt how global health threats don't respect borders. Any serious global health response requires cooperation, not finger-pointing. This partisan bill doesn't provide any pathway to protecting Americans and the world from the next pandemic. The good news is that we have an alternative, a positive example of how to build a global health partnership. And I'm talking about the effort to combat the HIV/AIDS pandemic. Now, 20 years ago, AIDS was a death sentence for millions. Entire countries and communities were literally facing oblivion. Along with the Congressional Black Caucus, I worked with President George W. Bush and top Republicans like Senate Republican leader Bill Frist and House Foreign Affairs Chair Henry Hyde to create PEPFAR, the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief. I believe probably only about 20 to 25% of members are here presently serving who were here when we passed this first major global health initiative. Today, PEPFAR is the most successful assistance program in history. PEPFAR investments have helped save 25 million lives, mind you, 25 million. That's what we did. 7 million orphans and vulnerable children have received support, and 5.5 million babies have been born HIV-free. This success has led Congress to extend PEPFAR 3 times. Last year, for the first time, Congress failed to do this, despite bipartisan support. I've spoken at length with many members on both sides of the aisle, and both sides of the aisle, the members continue supporting PEPFAR's work. But Republican leadership seems to prefer divisive bills like H.R. 1425 instead of bipartisan bills like PEPFAR. They're choosing divisiveness over cooperation and results. This extension, just a 5-year extension with no changes, is all we're asking for. PEPFAR also, you have to understand now, it's a key national security priority. The world is watching. We're trying to show people in other countries that the United States should be their preferred partner, of course, instead of China, for example. What message does it send when we walk away from our commitments before the job is done? And yes, we all are committed to an AIDS-free generation by 2030, and that's why a 5-year extension is extremely important. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would reauthorize PEPFAR for another 5 years, just as we have in the past 3 times, to ensure that the United States keeps its commitment to finally defeat HIV and AIDS for everyone, everywhere. And so at the end of this debate, I will insert into the record the text of this amendment. I hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will join me in voting for the motion to recommit. I yield back, and thank you again for yielding.
The gentlelady from California yields. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I continue to reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Ohio is reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I have no further witnesses. I'm ready to close.
The gentleman from New York is recognized to close.
First, let me thank my colleague, the indomitable Congresswoman from California, Barbara Lee, for her remarks on the bill and on PEPFAR. The President's emergency plan for AIDS relief. She is a true leader and a tremendous advocate on many issues, but especially on PEPFAR. I support her bill that reauthorizes PEPFAR, one, as she stated, of the most successful U.S.-led global health interventions ever. And she did it in a bipartisan way, with a Republican president, a Republican Senate. That's the way we used to do business around here. PEPFAR, as she said, has saved over 25 million lives in more than 50 countries. And I was pleased by the statements made by my Foreign Affairs Committee chair, my friend, who I've talked to about this bill over and over again, Mike McCall, during a hearing we had where we recognized the importance of PEPFAR's programming in Africa. And Chairman McCall emphasized the need to ensure the extension of PEPFAR, a 20-year success story, quote, unquote. And he highlighted the president of Botswana's gratitude toward PEPFAR, who noted its public health impacts have saved a generation. And I was pleased by African Subcommittee Chair John James, who today praised PEPFAR as the most successful foreign policy tool since the Marshall Plan, and declared we have to have a long-term reauthorization plan, bipartisanship at its best, and recognition of the value of PEPFAR. The unprecedented one-year reauthorization has done little to reassure our African partners, our diplomatic corps, and PEPFAR implementers that Congress is committed to ending the scourge of HIV/AIDS once and for all. We must have a clean 5-year reauthorization of PEPFAR. And I'm willing to work with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to stop playing politics with people's lives and get a clean 5-year reauthorization done. I work with Mike McCall. I work with John James. I work with my colleagues on the other side, especially on this committee, in a bipartisan way. We work with Republicans on the Senate. We work with the Republican president. This should not be something that's difficult to get done. I again thank Congresswoman Lee for her leadership, for her vision, and for saving millions of lives. I thank her, and I agree with her that H.R. 1425 is a distraction from responsible global health legislation. Let's keep PEPFAR and bills that target malaria, tuberculosis, and other neglected tropical disease. Let's get rid of them collectively together for all time. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a reminder to all of our colleagues following this vigorous debate that this bill is not about PEPFAR. This bill is about the administration's desire to enter into a treaty with the World Health Organization to surrender our sovereignty without following our constitutional process. This bill would require the Senate to ratify a treaty. And if it's going to have the binding force of law on future administrations, that's what our process requires in our Constitution. And frankly, it's what's acknowledged by the World Health Organization itself. It's what they're expecting of other countries, but somehow the Biden-Harris administration doesn't expect it of us, and sadly their proxies don't either. The other side mentioned in their debate that viruses don't recognize boundaries, pandemics don't recognize borders, but the reality is the response does. We saw very different responses around the world, some pretty alarming and downright dystopian. And if the World Health Organization chose to do that, America should sovereignly make its choice for our country, how we react to it. And of course, that's what's going to happen. And admittedly, some future administration might move in lockstep with the World Health Organization, but without the effect of a treaty, the United States certainly isn't obligated to. And perhaps that's a good thing. So maybe it's a good thing that they're going to skip this. Maybe the administration will avoid it coming up in the Senate. Maybe the administration would veto it if we did get it across the finish line. But certainly we should never surrender our sovereignty to the World Health Organization in particular. I again want to thank Mr. Tiffany for introducing this bill and Chairman McCall for moving it through our committee and to the floor. I encourage all our colleagues to support H.R. 1425, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. An amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-44 shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part B of House Report 118-656. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by a member designated in the report, shall be considered read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It's now in order to consider Amendment Number 1, printed in Part B of House Report 118-656. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 1, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-656, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1430, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would make it the policy of our nation to advocate for Taiwan's full participation in the World Health Organization. For far too long, we have allowed Communist China to dictate the course of U.S. foreign policy, as well as the agenda and membership of every major international organization, including the United Nations. And this decades-long policy of global appeasement to the CCP came home to roost 4 years ago. Decades upon decades of giving in to China has left Taiwan with fewer and fewer allies. In the late 1990s, over 30 countries recognized Taiwan. Now, the number is down to 12. Much of the world has placed Taiwan in the same company of pariah states like North Korea and Iran. And because the world allowed the PRC's pressure campaign against Taiwan to succeed, no one listened when Taiwan tried to warn the World Health Organization of possible human-to-human transmission of the coronavirus on December 31st, 2019. No one listened to them when Taiwanese health experts visited Wuhan and found indications of human-to-human transmission in mid-January 2020. In fact, at the same time, the WHO released a statement declaring no clear evidence of human-to-human transmission of the coronavirus. We lost weeks, ladies and gentlemen. We lost weeks of preparation against the ravaging effects of COVID-19 pandemic on our nation, all because Communist China told the world that under no circumstance could Taiwan be given a seat at the table at the World Health Organization. We can only guess how many untold thousands of American lives were lost as a result. We do know, however, that decade after decade of U.S. foreign policymaking has prioritized appeasing the PRC over the security of the American people, and it needs to stop. I reserve.
Gentleman reserved. For what purpose does the gentleman for New York rise?
To claim time in opposition, even though I'm not opposed to the amendment.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this amendment, as we need to expand Taiwan's international space and enable its participation in international forums. Taiwan is a friend, a democracy, and a critical part of the international community. As such, Taiwan should be contributing its expertise and participating as an observer in the World Health Assembly. This is why last Congress, when I was chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, I helped get S 812 signed into law to direct the State Department to support Taiwan's participation at the World Health Organization and obtain observer status for Taiwan at the World Health Assembly. And as a result, the Biden-Harris administration has consistently pushed for greater participation by Taiwan at the WHO. This amendment sends another signal to the WHO as to where the U.S. Congress stands. So I agree with Mr. Ogle's amendment. But I do think, however, that we should be precise and careful in how we talk about important policy matters. So here's what I want to emphasize, that I read this amendment as being consistent with the spirit of current U.S. policy, which supports Taiwan's meaningful participation in the WHO's World Health Assembly. Now, supporting Taiwan's full membership in the WHO, however, is inconsistent with U.S. policy and would undermine our long-standing one China policy. given Taiwan is not a UN member state. Now, but Taiwan should, as I believe this amendment properly states, have full observer status in the WHO. So I would urge all of my colleagues to support Mr. Ogle's amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the comments of my colleague because we should show our support and allegiance to Taiwan, nor should we placate the People's Republic of China regarding Taiwan. We are, in fact, making war more likely, not less, if we allow the Chinese Communist Party to have influence over our policy, over such things as Taiwan's participation in the WHO. We cannot and should not surrender our national sovereignty out of fear. This is the definition of weakness, and weakness invites aggression. If the communists in Beijing don't like or think we've established a credible deterrence, they will attack Taiwan. They will consider attacking Taiwan. I know my colleagues and I agree that Taiwan is an ally to the people and nations of good around the world. They want to work with the United States. They want to help, as they did Taiwan, as Taiwan did in April 2020 when they provided free personal protective equipment to our nation at a time when it was scarce. Communist China, on the other hand, would rather cover up a deadly virus, wasting weeks, resulting in the deaths of untold hundreds of thousands, if not millions. They're more worried about their reputation. And that is an atrocity. It's appalling. And we need to recognize the fact that the existential threat to the United States of America is China. At every turn, they work to undermine us. And I, for one, have had enough. So I thank my colleagues. I thank Chairman McCall for support. I urge adoption of my amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I do ask for the yeas and nays.
Rise.
Yes, sir. I do ask for the yeas and nays, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman asks for a recorded vote.
Thank you, sir.
Does the gentleman request a
Yeah. The gentleman, to be clear, the gentleman is requesting a recorded vote.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee will be postponed. It's now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in Part B of House Report 118-656. For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of my amendment.
The gentlelady will suspend.
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-656, offered by Ms. Fox of North Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1430, the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of my amendment. Mr. Speaker, the United States must never relinquish its sovereignty. Without question, we must work to ensure that, in the eloquent words of President Lincoln during the Gettysburg Address, this government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. The power bestowed upon our government is derived from the will of the American people, not by foreign governments or organizations that siphon away our money as if we were a cash cow. Foreign entities such as the World Health Organization, or WHO, should never be allowed to corrode America's sovereignty and hand down edicts to the American people. We charter our own course, and we will not be deterred from doing so. We should be even more skeptical of foreign entities like the WHO that are bedfellows with Communist China. China and its international cabal of bureaucrats would love nothing more than to have the United States follow their direction and their direction of their puppets like mindless lemmings. They are hell-bent on controlling our God-given freedoms at the expense of our livelihoods. This cannot and will not be allowed to stand. My amendment strengthens the underlying bill to ensure that H.R. 1425 will slam the door on any attempt to allow international bureaucrats at the WHO to undermine U.S. sovereignty and the will of the people. My amendment clarifies that no WHO convention, agreement, or other international instrument on pandemic prevention, preparedness, or response can have any force or effect in U.S. law before or unless the Senate ratifies such treaty. This includes the clarification that no WHO agreement may be used to establish standing, to sue under U.S. law, or to challenge U.S. agency actions. Only if the American people's representatives have spoken, with 2/3 of the Senate ratifying any WHO agreement, should it be allowed to have any impact on U.S. law. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
To claim the time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I oppose this amendment. The draft pandemic agreement advances global health security without impacting the United States' national sovereignty. The draft agreement explicitly states that it does not give the WHO any power to dictate specific policy to member nations, and that member states may implement the policies according to their own sovereign laws. Many of the issues the United States delegation in Geneva is currently negotiating in the draft pandemic agreement are to ensure a final agreement is in compliance with U.S. laws rather than subverting them. And so for these reasons and others, I strongly urge my colleagues to vote no on this misleading amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
What? Mr. Speaker, I'm frankly surprised at my colleague for opposing an amendment that does nothing more than strengthen this piece of legislation. This amendment ensures that we do not violate our national sovereignty. I think it is the right thing to do. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Let me just say that it's explicit in the agreement that our sovereignty is not threatened. So this is duplicative, and that's why I oppose it. And I have no further witness, but I reserve the balance of my time. In fact, what I'll do even, I'll yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Could I inquire as to how much time I have?
The gentlelady has 1.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. And I'm just going to reiterate what I said a few minutes ago. I respect my colleague from New York, but what harm does it do to put belts and suspenders on a bill? He says it's not needed. It takes up a few words more. It's not going to have any effect on the national debt, negative effect on the national debt, but it makes it abundantly clear that no organization, particularly the WHO, can order this country to do anything under any kind of an agreement without a vote of the United States Senate, as we would do with any kind of treaty or other agreement. So I urge my colleagues to vote for this amendment, strengthen the underlying bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from North Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It's now in order to consider Amendment Number 3, printed in Part B of House Report 118-656. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 3, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-656, offered by Mr. Massey of Kentucky.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1430, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of my amendment, which simply recognizes that the United States Constitution is the supreme law of the land. Our Constitution establishes a very clear framework for making treaties by the executive and with the advice and consent of the Senate. But our Constitution also establishes a clear framework for making laws that affect our domestic affairs. If any provisions of a treaty are to have legal bearing on United States citizens, those provisions must pass both the United States House of Representatives and the Senate and be presented to the President, as all federal laws must. Treaties don't override our constitutional process for making law. Presidents can't make U.S. law by agreeing to new terms in an international treaty. Every law that American citizens live under must pass the House and the Senate. My colleagues have eloquently made the point that a president can't enter into a treaty without advice and consent of the Senate, and in doing so, they are standing up for the sovereignty of American citizens. But they are requiring the Senate to be that portion of the legislative branch that decides what laws will bear on citizens, depending on what the treaty is. My amendment here is very simple. It says that if a treaty has a law in it that has the bearing on United States citizens, on our domestic activities, then it has to follow the lawmaking process of the Constitution. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Claim time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I rise in opposition to this amendment because it is within the President's authority to negotiate treaties and agreements without Senate ratification. While inserting findings clarifying the role of Congress in ratifying treaties would be entirely appropriate for a treaty under recognition. The draft pandemic agreement is not a treaty. As I've previously stated, the United States President has the option of ascending to a treaty agreement through executive action alone, without the advice or consent of the Senate. And over 90% of all U.S. international legal agreements have been approved via executive action rather than normal or formal Senate approval. These findings insinuate that the Biden-Harris administration is attempting to sidestep the Senate in these pandemic agreement negotiations. This is absolutely 100% wrong. And it is for these reasons that I urge all of my colleagues to oppose this amendment. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
You know, the bulk of my speech in support of my amendment actually doesn't come from me. It's going to come from Alexander Hamilton, who described in Federalist 75 the treaty-making powers of the executive. He states, its objects are contracts with foreign nations, which have the force of law, but derive it from the obligations of good faith. And this is the most important part. They are not rules prescribed by the sovereign to the subject, but agreements between sovereign and sovereign. The power in question seems therefore to form a distinct department and to belong properly neither to the legislative nor the executive. The qualities elsewhere detailed as indispensable in the management of foreign negotiations point out the executive as the most fit agent in those transactions, while the vast importance of the trust and the operation of treaties as laws plead strongly for the participation of the whole or a portion of the legislative body in the office of making them. So what's he saying here? He's saying you can't make laws, domestic laws, using a treaty. Treaties can't bind the United States to declare war. Treaties can't raise taxes. Treaties can't create new laws for us. And the United States should not take part in international institutions that erode our sovereignty. Congress should not legitimize blatantly unconstitutional notions that agreements that come out of these institutions supersede the Constitution of the United States. So let me just close by saying this. Do we believe that the Senate itself and the President, without consulting the House, could implement a vaccine mandate by merely calling it a treaty and finding another sovereign party to enter into with? I do not. Do we believe that they could implement or impose social distancing on U.S. citizens by calling it a treaty and finding another sovereign to enter into an agreement with? I do not. They have to come to the House. Let's take the example of gun control. Do we think they could impose gun control on U.S. citizens in a treaty? By the way, this is not a hypothetical. In a treaty with the United Nations and some other sovereign countries, merely with the advice and consent of the Senate. That would take 2/3 or 67 votes in the Senate, but it would completely leave out the House of Representatives. No, they cannot do that. That is outside of our Constitution. We are guaranteed a Republican form of government with a legislature that makes the laws that bear on citizens. So I'll close with this most important part of my amendment, which says, if any provisions of a treaty are to have legal bearing on United States citizens, those provisions must pass both the House of Representatives and the Senate and be presented to the President, as all federal laws must. So I urge adoption of my amendment, and I support the underlying bill as well, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Kentucky. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 1425, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
Okay. The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 1425 and has come to no resolution thereon. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to House Resolution 1430 and Rule 18, the chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole of the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 1425. Will the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 1425, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to require any convention, agreement, or other international instrument on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response reached by the World Health Assembly to be subject to Senate ratification.
When the Committee of the Whole House rose earlier today, Amendment Number 3, printed in Part B of House Report 118-656, offered by the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, had been disposed of. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, the unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 1, printed in Part B of House Report 118-656 by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment Number 1, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-656, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
has voted? Any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 403, the nays are 0. The amendment is agreed to. It's now in order to consider amendment number 1, printed in Part B. There being no further amendments under the rule, the committee rises. I'm House on the State of the Union has under consideration H.R. 1425 and the House Resolution 1430. I report the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the committee of the whole.
Could you say that again? We're good. The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has under consideration the bill H.R. 1425 and pursuant to House Resolution 1430 reports the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered and is a separate vote demanded on any further amendment reported from the Committee on the Whole. If no, the chair will put them in gross. The question is on adoption of the amendments. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question is on the engrossment of the third reading of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to require any convention, agreement, or other international instrument on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response reached by the World Health Assembly to be subject to Senate ratification.
Oh. I couldn't hear her. Is she done? Okay. She is. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. One more. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Lee of California moves to recommit the bill, H.R. 1425, to the Committee on Foreign Affairs.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion to recommit. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I ask for the yeas and the nays.
Gentlewoman is recognized. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this is a 15-minute vote on the motion to recommit. Will be followed by a 5-minute vote. 5-minute vote on the motion to recommit, followed by 5-minute votes on passage of H.R. 1425 if ordered. The motion to recommit H.R. 1398 if ordered. Passage of H.R. 1398 if ordered. The motion to recommit H.R. 9456. Passage of H.R. 9456 if ordered. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 202, the nays are 215. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The gentleman's recognized. The gentleman's asked for the yeas and the nays. Those favoring a vote on the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 219, the nays are 199. The bill passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 1398 will now resume. The clerk will report the title.
A bill to establish the CCP Initiative Program and for other purposes.
House will be in order. For what purposes, gentlemen from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Vesey of Texas moves to recommit the bill H.R. 1398 to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion to recommit. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 203, the nays are 214. The motion is not adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed and without objection. Gentlemen, for what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. One minute remaining. members voted? Any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 237, the nays are 180. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 9456 offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 9456, offered by Mr. Takano of California.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. members voted. Any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 203, the nays are 213. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. For purposes, gentlewoman from California, seek recognition. Gentlewoman requesting the yeas and nays. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 269, the nays are 149. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Purposes, the gentleman from California seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection. The House will come to order. Please take your conversations outside. Thank you. For what purposes does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order.
Without objection, when you are ready.
Mr. Speaker, it's been a rough year in the 10th District of Georgia. You know, we started out the year with the brutal and heinous murder of Laken Riley over at the University of Georgia. And then last Wednesday at the Appalachia High School there in Barrow County, we had an active shooter enter the school. And Christian Angula, 14-year-old student, Mason Schermerhorn, another 14-year-old student, Richard Aspinwall, a teacher and a coach, and Christiana Irma, a teacher, lost their lives. 9 other people went to the hospital and numerous people were hurt. Mr. Speaker, I just ask that our colleagues join us for a moment of silence to reflect and remember those people that lost their lives, their family, and those people that are still healing from this incident.
Marjorie. Thank you for signing on to the.
For what purposes the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House out of order.
Without objection.
This past week, North Texas laid to rest a sworn officer and beloved public servant, Officer Darren Burks, who tragically lost his life in the line of duty. Long before anyone called me Congresswoman, I was blessed to call Officer Burks a friend. I knew him before his time in law enforcement, when he proudly served his community as a public school teacher at Dallas Ken Academy, As a teacher, Darren inspired a generation of Dallas students to seek better for themselves, to attain their degrees and follow his example. He believed in practicing what he preached, and it was this dedication to his community that inspired him to complete police training. Whether he was in front of a classroom or wearing a badge, Officer Burks was a shining example of servant leadership. He put his family, friends, and community before himself, and his painful loss touches each and every one of us as we mourn his passing and celebrate his legacy. On behalf of the people of North Texas that he loved and cherished, I wish to thank him one more time for his service and vow to honor his legacy of selflessness, servant leadership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
So, silence.
Yes, moment of silence.
Let's join the representative from Texas and those in the well for a moment of silence. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose is the gentleman from Kentucky seeking recognition? Sorry about that.
Ask for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
So ordered. Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Ms. Joni Carrico of Graves County, Kentucky, on being chosen as the 2024 Angel in Adoption by the Congressional Coalition on Adoption Institute. Ms. Carrico has worked tirelessly with the Hope That Binds, a nonprofit organization based out of Western Kentucky that aims to provide financial assistance for foster and adoptive families. Through Hope That Binds, a network of loving families is growing and expanding. To date, over 100 families have been assisted through the organization's fundraisers and grants program. Throughout her time at Hope That Binds, Ms. Carrico has been a voice of advocacy in her church and community. Her service has provided much encouragement to the 1st Congressional District of Kentucky and our constituents. She remains an important voice for hopeful parents seeking to grow their families. Ms. Carrico is an outstanding leader in West Kentucky, and her work impacts our communities daily. I thank Ms. Carrico for supporting, connecting, and advocating for Kentucky families. I yield back.
Let's please take our conversations, however gently spoken, off the House floor. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition? Without objection.
Ahoy, gentlefolk of the high seas of legislation. We gather around to speak of a matter that plagues our shores and threatens our treasures, the dreaded scourge of porch pirates. Aye, these scallywags who plunder packages from doorsteps are a blight upon our community, a menace to honest folks awaiting their rightful booty. But fear not, for Congress spots justice on the horizon, the Porch Pirates Act. This mighty bill preserves our treasure and brings justice to those who dare to steal what's not rightfully theirs. No longer shall we be at the mercy of porch pirates. Under this noble act, thieves will face fines or even a stretch in the brig. Muster up, fellow congressional sailors. Let's pass the Porch Pirates Act so honest folk can rest assured that their treasures are safe from those who would plunder them. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection. Thank you. Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mourn the loss of Lois Ruth Kaysen Wooten, who sadly passed away at the age of 95. Lois studied English and library science at the University of Georgia. She took her passion and expertise to work as the head librarian at Northside High School in Atlanta, Georgia. After her time in Atlanta, Lois and her husband Frank moved to Savannah, Georgia, where they selflessly served the city in a myriad of ways. Lois was greatly involved in the Savannah Symphony. She was greatly involved in the Savannah College of Art and Design and Wesley Monumental United Methodist Church. Mr. and Mrs. Wooten are survived by their beloved daughter Anna and their wonderful grandchildren. Lois will always be remembered for her service in the Atlanta and the Savannah communities and will be greatly missed by her family and friends. I offer my sincere condolences to the entire Wooten family. My thoughts and prayers are with the family and Lois friends today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my report.
Without objection.
This morning at Ground Zero, we observed the 23rd anniversary of the worst terrorist attack on American soil. I was living in Lower Manhattan that day, and I will never forget watching the second plane hit the South Tower and then seeing the soot-covered people walking up Hudson Street. And I will never forget the overwhelming patriotism that New Yorkers and Americans around the country displayed in the face of that evil. Our nation owes a debt of gratitude to the first responders who returned day after day to Ground Zero, looking for signs of life and clearing the rubble, and to the survivors who helped rebuild and transform the city in Lower Manhattan. And now it's our turn to take care of them. That's why Congress must pass the bipartisan 9/11 Responder and Survivor Health Funding Correction Act to permanently address the funding shortfalls in the World Trade Center Health Program. Just like our military veterans, we owe it to the 9/11 survivors and first responders, true American patriots, to get this bill across the finish line. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently, we had a field hearing in Central California with our subcommittee chairman of water, Cliff Bentz, facilitating, and hosted by John Duarte, my colleague from Central California. We were talking about the water supply issue for the state of California. Now, why do the rest of you have to hear about water in California? Because these are the crops that California grows, right here on this poster, that somewhere between 90 and 99% of them are grown in my home state. If they aren't grown there, then U.S. consumers will not receive them. They will have to get them from somewhere else, some other country, with whatever quality issues, with whatever supply steadiness issues you might get there. So it's important that the water supply in California continue to be directed to agriculture instead of directed to the Pacific Ocean. We are losing tens of millions of acre feet because we can't seem to harness the water with the existing dams we have, because they let it all out due to dubious environmental supposed needs, whether it's fish, whether it's the smelt, which no longer really exists in the Delta, so they find another smelt to call endangered and take more water away. We need water for agriculture to feed this country. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the Individuals with Disabilities Act, or what we call IDEA, is a landmark civil rights law in our country, offering a promise of equal education for all of our students living with disabilities. We continue as a country to fall short on this promise, a 50-year-old law that is now chronically underfunded. Teachers and parents in my district repeatedly tell me how we are not doing enough to meet the demands and requirements for IDEA. The federal government promised to cover 40% of the extra costs of special education with the passage of IDEA in 1975. That pledge has never been met. Federal funding covers just under 15%, creating a shortfall of billions for many of our districts across the country. My colleagues have been introducing a bill over and over again for almost 25 years to get it fully funded, and we yet have seen it. We must
follow on the promise of IDEA. That's why I co-sponsored the IDEA Full Funding Act. The problems today are real for our children. When we fail to fully fund these services, school districts are stuck and end up providing less than the law requires. Cuts are made, children are turned away, so let's fund the IDEA. Thank you, and I yield.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I asked to address the House for one long minute and revise and extend my remarks.
We'll do our best. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to acknowledge the decision today by the British government to reopen the inquiry into the death of Patrick Finucane, who was brutally murdered in his home in front of his family in February of 1989. This high-profile murder of a human rights solicitor by loyalist gunmen connected to the British security forces was one of the most controversial and shocking events of the Troubles in the north of Ireland. Throughout my 35 years in Congress, I've been a steadfast supporter of the Finucane family in their tireless effort to get truth and justice. After years of public apologies, we are acknowledging today a state of collusion and through the numerous roadblocks that were set up. I welcome the British Secretary of State Hilary Benn's comments and his intention to proceed with reopening this case. Pat's wife Geraldine and their family are entitled to the truth in hopes that this decades-long ordeal can finally be put to rest. As co-chairman of the bipartisan Friends of Ireland caucus, I will continue to advocate for the Finucane family as this process moves forward in our hopes that it's one more step toward peace, justice, and reconciliation on the island of Ireland. And I yield back my time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a man whose legacy now stretches from the ball fields of Perrysburg, Ohio, to the hallowed halls of Cooperstown, New York. Jim Leland, a son of Northwest Ohio, recently became only the second native of Northwest Ohio to be enshrined in the National Baseball Hall of Fame, following Toledo's own Roger Bresnahan, who was inducted almost 80 years ago in 1945. What a momentous achievement that reflects on behalf of Jim, with his hard-won success as one of the greatest managers in baseball history, but also honors his hard work, humility, and dedication, qualities that define our region. From his modest beginnings in Perrysburg, he rose through the ranks with perseverance and grit, leading teams to greatness and even winning a World Series. But through all his accomplishments, Jim remained loyal to his roots, giving back to his community in countless ways and serving as a role model for generations of young athletes. As he takes his rightful place in baseball's hallowed halls in Cooperstown, Perrysburg and all Northwest Ohio could not be more proud. Congratulations, Jim, on this historic, well-deserved honor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent for all members to have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order hour.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is 9/11, and I want to start our special order hour paying tribute to the 2,977 people who lost their lives at the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and Somerset County, Pennsylvania, and the thousands of people who were injured that day. I want to ask that we observe a minute of silence as we remember the families torn apart, futures stolen, and irrevocably changed, and the lives that we lost that day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As progressives, we are committed to making our democracy work, repairing the places it's fractured, strengthening the places it's vulnerable, and defending the places it's effective. In April, the Congressional Progressive Caucus released our platform for 2025. In it, we outlined the work we're committed to ensuring our democracy is strong. Today, I have the honor to stand with a number of my colleagues who've been the movers and shakers in protecting our democracy, in working towards strengthening our democracy, in helping expand our democracy. And so I am pleased as we get started with our special order hour to yield to my colleagues who will share their progress, the progress that they have made, and what Congress must still accomplish to further deliver on the work their communities sent them here to do. I would like to start by yielding to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
I want to thank the gentlelady for yielding and for organizing us in this special order hour on the most important problem of our time, which is democracy. Will we have democracy, or will we lapse into some other form of government like autocracy or theocracy or plutocracy? So I want to thank Ms. Ramirez for her leadership, and thank you for leading us in that beautiful and moving moment of silence for the victims of the terrorist attack on our country on 9/11. So a true Republican president, the founder of the Republican Party, spoke of government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And that's been the beautiful, tantalizing vision of America, but we can't say that's how America began. We began as a slave republic of white male property owners over the age of 21 years old. But it has been through successive waves of popular, political, social struggle and constitutional amendment that we've opened America up and come much closer to forming a more perfect union and reaching the ideal that President Lincoln proclaimed from the battlefield of Gettysburg in 1863. Still today, there are people who say on this floor, they will come to the floor, Mr. Speaker, and they say, we're not a democracy, we're a republic. And they think that they've struck some kind of knockout blow against the overwhelming sentiment of the American people, including President Reagan, who gave a great speech in Europe about American democracy, and never once used the word republic, but constantly invoked democracy. And yet there are people who say, we're not a democracy, we're a republic. Well, what's a republic? A republic is just a representative democracy, because you can't fit 300 million people in the U.S. House of Representatives or in a school board meeting. So we use Republican institutions in order to have the democratic will expressed. And if you read the Constitution the way I read the Constitution, the whole trajectory of American historical and constitutional development has been towards greater democracy, right? If you look at the amendments we've had since the original Bill of Rights, the 13th Amendment abolished slavery. The 14th Amendment gave us equal protection and due process. The 15th Amendment said no race discrimination in voting. The 17th Amendment shifted the mode of election of U.S. senators from the legislatures to the people. The 19th Amendment doubled the franchise in America by giving women the right to vote and establishing their political equality in the country. The 23rd Amendment gave people in Washington, D.C. at least the right to vote for president of the United States, although not voting representation. The 24th Amendment abolished poll taxes, and the 26th Amendment lowered the voting age to 18. So the whole movement of our history has been towards incorporating, encompassing, and including people who had been formerly disenfranchised, marginalized, and excluded from equal political participation. It's been a seesaw struggle throughout our history. There have been always people who've wanted to revoke other people's voting rights, undermine other people's voting rights, disenfranchise them, strip away their ability to register to vote. Tocqueville said in Democracy in America that he observed that democracy and voting rights in our country are either shrinking and shriveling away, or they're growing and expanding. And I want to thank the Progressive Caucus for this session, because we've got to get democracy back on the growth track in America. We've got to get away from all of the voter suppression and interference tactics that we've seen grow up, at least since 2013, when the Supreme Court rendered its dreadful decision in Shelby County versus Holder, essentially decapitating the Voting Rights Act, knocking out the pre-clearance requirement for covered jurisdictions, saying that no longer did they have to submit voting changes to the Department of Justice or to a federal district court before they could implement those voting changes. We have since seen more than 100 voter laws pass all over the country, around a half of them in the original covered jurisdictions under the Voting Rights Act. We've seen new obstacles to voter registration. We've seen massive closure of precinct voting places, mergers of different precinct voting places. I just got back from Texas, where a group of students came to see me from the University of Texas to say this is going on there right now, where the governor has closed down a polling place and then relocated one in Austin on the campus of the University of Texas, away from a well-traveled thoroughfare, a big, bright building, to putting it in the basement somewhere else on campus. But these kinds of tactics are used all over the country in order to suppress the vote. So we need to be moving forward in terms of voting rights, and I'm very eager to hear what my colleagues have to say about that. I just want to point a couple things out. We're in 2024. This is the 21st century. It is time for us to be electing the President of the United States the way we elect governors, representatives, senators, mayors, everybody else. Whoever gets the most votes wins. We've had 5 popular vote losers become president twice in this century, in 2000 and 2016, under the creaky, antiquated, and obsolete mechanisms of the Electoral College, which is so subject to fraud and manipulation. And as we saw in this very chamber, the Electoral College can get you killed in the 21st century because it offers more opportunities to strategic bad faith actors like former President Donald Trump to try to revisit a result and reopen a result in an election. So we need to be moving forward to a national popular vote for election. We spend tens of millions of dollars a year all over the world teaching people about democracy, and the one thing they never come back to us with when they're writing a new constitution is the idea that, oh, you know that Electoral College thing you have? We think we'll import that to our country. We never hear that, right? So we should be able to learn from our own experience and from the experience of democracies around the world. And another important ingredient to democracy is statehood. That's how communities that have been formerly disenfranchised and subordinated have been able to lift themselves up. We are in the nation's capital, which is the only nation's capital on the planet Earth, which is not represented in their own national legislature. 713,000 tax-paying, draftable U.S. citizens are completely disenfranchised in the House of Representatives and in the U.S. Senate. They don't have representation. If you told the people of Paris they could not be represented in l'Assemblée nationale because they breathe the same air that other people's representatives breathe, you would have another French Revolution on your hands. And when we passed in the 117th Congress the D.C. statehood legislation, and I was one of the floor leaders for that, I had the honor of telling the people of Washington, D.C. this: thank you for having a bona fide, real political grievance and not coming down here and beating the daylights out of our police officers the way that the MAGA mob did when Donald Trump falsely convinced them that they had won the presidential election, which Trump had lost by more than 7 million votes, 306 to 232 in the Electoral College. No, they didn't come down and storm the chamber and try to overthrow the Constitution. They did it the right way. They had a statehood constitutional convention. They're asking for admission. We should admit the people of Washington, D.C. as an equal state into the Union using our powers under Article 4 of the Constitution. It's the same thing with 3.5 million American citizens in Puerto Rico. They should be given the opportunity to become a state as well. So we've got to keep the trajectory of democracy moving forward so we don't lapse into some other form of government. And this has been a tough time with challenges to the basic constitutional structure, presidential candidates saying, just set the Constitution aside. We saw a violent insurrection supporting a political coup in this very chamber. That is the alternative to moving forward with everything that we're going to be talking about tonight in terms of improving representation through ranked choice voting, in terms of campaign finance reform so we don't have money drowning out the voice of the people, filibuster reform, ethics reform at the Supreme Court. All of those things are essential, and we need the momentum of a pro-democracy movement to keep us from becoming like Vladimir Putin's country or Viktor Orban's country, any of those close buddies of Donald Trump that he invoked in the presidential debate last night, that he conscripted as character witnesses for him in this election. So we've got a very clear choice for America moving forward. I want to thank the Progressive Caucus for offering so much leadership. And we know that it's tough and it's a struggle. Frederick Douglass from my state said that if there's no struggle, there's no progress. The struggle may be moral, it may be physical, it may be moral and physical, but there must be struggle. Power concedes nothing without a demand. And, you know, John Dewey said that, that there are no ills to democracy that cannot be solved without more democracy. Democracy is the corrective to the impediments to democracy. And what we're suffering from today is the obstacles and the impediments to democracy. But we've got the means and we've got the will in the country to move forward. And I thank you for giving me this opportunity, Ms. Ramirez, and I yield back to you.
Thank you, Congressman Raskin. And you're absolutely right. We are committed to progress. We are committed to moving forward. We're committed to strengthening our voting rights. We're committed to improving representation. We're committed to campaign finance reform. We're committed to fully funded federal agencies. And we're committed to ethics, courts, and filibuster reform. There is someone who has been doing this work for a very long time and has developed the leadership among other members to continue this work even after he leaves this chamber. I want to yield to the gentleman, another gentleman from Maryland, a friend, someone that I am inspired by, and I am committed to make sure that we carry on this legacy of progress. I'm yielding to Mr. Sarbanes from Maryland.
Thank you very much, Representative Ramirez. I want to salute the Congressional Progressive Caucus for pulling together this special order to talk about the importance of strengthening our democracy. You were absolutely right to begin the discussion tonight by reminding us that this is the anniversary of September 11th, the tragedy that struck our country. This is a day when, as patriots, we stand up as Americans. We salute the flag, we salute our history. So it's very appropriate that it's a day on which we want to speak to the need to strengthen and deepen our resolve when it comes to making sure the democracy of this country, that connective tissue, is as strong as it can possibly be. The sad reality is that over a period of years now, many Americans have become more cynical because they look at Washington, they look at the places where laws are made, and they feel that it's more distant from them, that it doesn't fully express their voice, their dreams, their hopes and aspirations. And a lot of that has to do, as you know, with throwing obstacles in the way of voters as they try to access the ballot box, or making it difficult for their priorities to be carried forward because of the insidious influence of dark money and other forces that are behind the curtain. So we have applied ourselves over a period of many Congresses now to try to channel the grievances that our constituents have expressed into pieces of legislation that can begin over time, if we can get them passed, to restore that fundamental faith in democracy. These include the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, which would restore the protections of the 1965 Voting Rights Act. By the way, a piece of legislation that at every opportunity for reauthorization until very recently was supported in a bipartisan fashion. Republicans and Democrats understood that you needed to have these voting protections in place. Unfortunately, over the last few years, for reasons difficult to discern sometimes, our Republican colleagues have fallen away from this commitment, and we've had to carry it ourselves. So that's one important piece of legislation that Democrats are supporting, that repeatedly we've brought to the floor of this House and we've passed here. It's been a more difficult prospect on the Senate side, but we have the hope that that opportunity will present itself as well. Another critical piece of legislation that I've felt privileged to have carried and exercised some leadership on is the Freedom to Vote Act. It started out as the For the People Act. It has evolved over a period of 2 or 3 Congresses. We've passed it 4 or 5 different times out of this chamber, again running into the blockade on the Senate side. But this is a bill where every provision of it is designed to respond to that cynicism that Americans are feeling. The first 300 pages of the Freedom to Vote Act were authored by our late colleague, John Lewis, the freedom fighter who inspired so many of us before he came to Congress and during his time in Congress. But he understood that we had to make it possible for people to access the ballot box without having to run an obstacle course every 2 years. Put in place these fundamental reforms that every American in every community can benefit from. Automatic voter registration, same-day registration, early voting, mail balloting, all the things that make it possible when somebody gets up on the morning of that day when they've decided to cast their vote and know that that's not going to be a difficult transaction, that they can do that they can access their democracy in a straightforward way. So that's one centerpiece of the Freedom to Vote Act. Another grievance we heard from Americans for many, many years is, why should politicians be able to choose their voters instead of the other way around? And we've seen what extreme partisan gerrymandering has done across the country. It means that in the House of Representatives, we don't actually have a fair representation of what the vote is out in the country. And this makes average people out there feel disrespected. Voters feel like their voice is not being given the weight and the due that it deserves. So included within the Freedom to Vote Act are provisions that would establish an objective, independent way of determining how districts should be drawn so that we are respectful of the voters. Another key piece of this reform package. And then the last critical dimension of this is what to do about the undue influence, the sinister, insidious influence that money has over the political system. Your voice consists of 2 basic components in a democracy. One is that you can cast your vote freely and fairly. But the other dimension of it is if you send people to Washington, if you elect them, if you pull the lever for them, your expectation is when they get there, they will fight for your priorities and they won't get hijacked or captured by special interests and big money. The reality is very different, unfortunately, and it leaves people feeling disempowered. So two key reforms that are included within this legislation are the Disclose Act, which would require that we have transparency in terms of this dark money that is flooded onto our system. And another piece that I know you feel very passionately about, Representative Ramirez, and that is a small donor matching system that can support candidates' efforts to get out there and run their campaigns, free from dependence on big money and deep pockets. And this legislation would create a system where for every dollar you raise from small donations, grassroots donations, you get a 6-to-1 match from something we call the Freedom from Influence Fund. And by the way, that fund would not be taxpayer underwritten. We would put a small surcharge on government settlements with big corporate lawbreakers and high-end tax cheats. That would go into a special fund, and that would underwrite the matching funds to come in to support these candidates. And what I like about that is the people that are leaning on our democracy and trying to break it, they're going to have to pay to create a system that can lift our democracy up. So all of these things are designed to respond to those grievances that Americans feel. And these key pieces of legislation, John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, the Freedom to Vote Act, the Native American Voting Rights Act, the D.C. Statehood Bill, they're very simple in what they're trying to achieve. Give a voice to all Americans. Thank you to the Progressive Caucus for pulling us together this evening, and I yield my time back to you.
Thank you, Congressman Sarbanes, and you couldn't have said it more perfectly as we were wrapping up here. You know, I often ask myself, what would it look like if money didn't determine elections, if qualifications did, if competency would? What would it look like if we got big money out of politics, which is exactly what we should all be prioritizing. I don't think anyone can speak better about that issue than my colleague, the gentleman from New York, and I would like to yield to Congressman Bowman from New York.
Thank you so much, Representative Ramirez, for your leadership. Thank you for allowing me to participate in this really important discussion. Thank you for bringing this issue to the forefront of the American people. You know, there are many who believe we no longer have a democracy. There are many who believe our country is controlled by an oligarchy. Many believe our country is controlled by a few wealthy Americans who act as puppet masters over members of Congress and who act as puppet masters over elected officials across the country. We are not engaging in the arena of new ideas. We are not engaging in the arena of shared values. We take an oath to protect and defend the Constitution against enemies foreign and domestic. But if we allow people with wealth to undermine our Constitution, we are not doing our job. And so, yes, I can speak personally to this issue because in my primary race, I had special interest groups spend more money against me in my primary than has been spent against any member of Congress in United States history. They were bombarding, my district was bombarded with advertisements, with mailers, with misinformation and disinformation, and ideas and policies that didn't reflect the values that was behind the big money that was being poured in. And what made it worse, Representative Ramirez, is a lot of this big money came from unknown sources because of Supreme Court decisions like Citizens United. We don't have to publicly know where these dollars are coming from as we engage with super PACs. And so we absolutely need democracy reform, and it starts with getting big money out of politics. One important way to do that is to overturn Citizens United. We must overturn Citizens United. If you want to support a candidate, your name must be public, period. But not only that, if you believe those who say, and I do, that our democracy is no longer a democracy because it's controlled by an oligarchy, the wealthy elite, we have to look at the outcomes that our democracy is currently producing. Why don't we have universal health care? Why don't we have fully funded public schools? Why don't we have paid leave for all? Why don't we have a Green New Deal? Why does 1 in 5 children go to bed hungry in our country? Why do we have consistent economic and wealth inequality? I would argue it's because those in the oligarchy class want things to remain that way. And as a result, members of this body continue to vote in favor of special interests. I mean, Representative Ramirez, we couldn't even raise the federal minimum wage from $7.25 to $15 an hour. If you grow up or live in a red line community, redlined by American politicians in this body, your schools are less funded than wealthier communities. And so a strong, vibrant, healthy democracy must include every single person in our country voting in every election. But they are being disenfranchised by the big money, and they have lost hope because of the big money. So Representative Ramirez, again, thank you for your leadership. Thank you for allowing me to say a few words. In order for our democracy to be as strong as ever, both on the domestic front, but also supporting democracies around the world, we have to get big money out of politics. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman Bowman, and I am committed to working with you here and out of here to ensure that happens. Folks, when we talk about the issues that matter most, as Congressman Bowman mentioned, everything from housing to healthcare to education, we understand that when democracy is weakened, our ability to move reforms under these issues or because of these issues is also impacted. I would like to yield to someone who I've had the opportunity to serve with for the last 21 months, a fierce advocate for our communities, not just in Vermont, but all over, making sure that justice, equity, strengthening democracy is at the forefront. And so I'd like to yield to the gentlewoman from Vermont, Congresswoman Balint.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman Ramirez. It is an honor to serve with you and to speak here tonight about an issue that is incredibly important to me, and that is the health and strength of the democracy. When I ran for Congress, the issue I heard the most about was just that, the health and the strength of the democracy. Yes, of course, Vermonters cared about particular issues to our district, housing, workforce crisis, the mental health crisis, all of these things, but they said more than anything, I'm worried about the health of the democracy. And I came to the job having come up through the Vermont State Senate, and before that I was a teacher and tried to instill in my students the importance of being involved in the democracy to keep replenishing it with the energy and the attention it requires. And what I've noticed over the last few years, there is indeed a cynicism creeping in, as my colleague mentioned earlier. And cynicism has a corrosive effect, not just on the democracy, but on our own health and stability and the health of our communities. But it is, in fact, the voice of the status quo. It is about convincing people that you can't actually make change, so why even try? That it's futile. And the stakes are so incredibly high. I will tell you, my family knows firsthand that democracies don't fail overnight. My grandfather was killed in the Holocaust, and I grew up with the understanding that people can be horribly cruel to one another and can perpetuate horrors upon individuals and families when the law does not protect the most vulnerable, and when people turn away from each other and demonize each other. And I can tell you, in earnest, we have seen this in this country in the last few years. Has grown to a fever pitch of dehumanizing and demonizing our fellow Americans. And I see it in my committees, whether it is attacking immigrants or migrants, or attacking the LGBTQ community, or attacking the poor. It is not about coming together as an American and finding common cause with other Americans. It's often about making people the scapegoats. And democracies fail little by little as our rights are stripped away from us, as democratic norms are upended, as people are scapegoated. And my parents never took for granted the rights and privileges provided to us by the U.S. Constitution, and that we must be vigilant and take our responsibility of supporting and protecting the Constitution seriously. Now, I was very concerned when I started almost 2 years ago now, coming up on 2 years, when I started in Congress, because I knew that 139 members of this body did not vote to certify a free and fair election. Of those 139, 124 ran for re-election, and 118 are still serving in Congress, who serve with us in committees, who we have to see on the floor, people who did not support the free and fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. This sickens me. In moments when I am home in Vermont, it's very difficult to convey to my constituents what it feels like sometimes to be here as a public servant, supporting the democracy, supporting the ideals that supposedly we all hold so dear, and to serve alongside people who still will not admit that Joe Biden is the rightful winner of the 2020 election. It should outrage all of us. How can we make the case to our children, to my former students, that democracy is something to protect, that's something that is sacred, that we all have a stake in making sure it is healthy, when there are members of Congress who still will not admit that Joe Biden is the rightful winner of the 2020 election? We must commit, all of us, to rising above this dangerous nonsense, because we all know the truth. We do. We know the truth. And as we head into another election season, I know what I fear. I fear that once again, we will be faced with a critical moment of courage, and that some will fail that test. So when I heard that the topic tonight was about strengthening the democracy, I said, absolutely, I will be there. Because none of these things, strengthening our voting rights, improving our representation, making sure that we have campaign finance reform, and supporting our communities, nothing can happen if we do not have a commitment to the people in this chamber to admit the rightful winner of an election and to stand in this chamber and certify those election results. I look forward to seeing some courage, regardless of the outcome. I hope that I am not once again deeply, deeply disappointed and disgusted by the lack of courage and fortitude of those who say that they support the Constitution and the rule of law and this great democracy. I yield back.
Thank you, Congresswoman Balint. Your words could not have been more powerful. Folks, we are at a crossroads right now. And the Congressional Progressive Caucus is committed to strengthening voting rights. Because we know, and our caucus wants to make sure that we protect the right to vote by passing broad and comprehensive voting rights bills that eliminates barriers to voting for U.S. citizens. We want same-day automatic and online voter registration. We're committed to improving representation because we're the party that wants to abolish the Electoral College, grant statehood to the District of Columbia, and establish a democratic process for the people of Puerto Rico to determine the island's future political status. We are committed to bold campaign finance reform. We are the party that wants to end corruption and get big money and corporations out of politics by finally eliminating dark money in elections. We are committed to fully funding federal agencies that invest in Americans' health, education, and well-being. And we are the party that wants to ensure that Congress funds vital federal agencies and prevents the privatization of government services. We are committed to reforming the filibuster. And we are the party that wants to allow for the democratic consideration and passage of essential legislation. We are committed to ethics reform. We are the caucus that wants to ban stock trading and ownership for members of Congress and the federal judiciary and impose an enforceable code of conduct on the Supreme Court, including instituting accountability measures and restrictions on gifts and requiring judicial disclosures and recusal. We are committed to reforming the court. We are the party that wants to expand the number of justices on the bench, implement term limits, and create new judgeships across the federal system. And folks, as you heard from my colleagues here, we are committed because it's important to remember that this week, extreme Republicans are attempting to hold the government hostage so they can advance a bill that creates barriers to voting for U.S. citizens. Bottom line, it is already illegal under current law for non-citizens to register to vote or to vote in federal elections. And despite numerous recounts, challenges in court, and the deep dives by conservative think tanks, there has been zero evidence of widespread voter fraud. Folks, it's a scare tactic. And extreme Republicans are trying to scare Americans, the fear-mongering, into giving up the right to exercise their vote in an accessible and unburdensome election process. The SAVE Act is voter suppression, plain and simple. requiring citizens to show documentary proof of citizenship to register to vote, places an extreme burden on countless Americans, including military voters, native voters, people who have changed their names, including tens of million American women, the elderly, the young, the poor, and naturalized citizens. The SAVE Act's burdens on rightful voters are extreme because most Americans would be unable to register to vote using their driver's license or other state-provided identification alone. Even real IDs do not meet the SAVE Act's requirement. Millions of Americans, including tens of thousands in each congressional district, would be prevented from registering to vote easily, if at all. Americans would not be able to use military IDs or tribal IDs alone when registering to vote. U.S. citizens who are putting their life on the line would have to go get a passport and other documents to prove their citizenship. People who have changed their names, including millions of married women who would not be allowed to use their birth certificates when proving their citizenship. Registration applications would need to be presented in person, essentially ending mail-in voting and creating barriers for same-day voter registration. The SAVE Act makes it clear exactly who extreme Republicans believe should have an easy time accessing the right to vote, and more importantly, who they believe should have a difficult time. It is in this moment, in this context, that my colleagues and I come to this chamber to convene the special order hour, to make it crystal clear exactly who is committed to doing the work of repairing and strengthening democracy. And repairing and strengthening and protecting our democracy is one of my greatest priorities in Congress. You see, I have the honor of co-chairing the House Task Force on Strengthening Democracy, where I meet with my colleagues to discuss legislative solutions to act on Americans' desire to fortify the basic building blocks of healthy democracy. And during the August recess, I launched my democracy working groups in Chicago and DuPage County. I convened constituents and grassroots leaders and organizations to share what they have seen, what they've learned, and what they have felt as they do the work on the ground of building a democracy that works for everyone. I hosted a teletown hall focused on making government work for Illinois 3, and a Wheaton town hall focused on the topic of defending democracy. You see, listening to the voices of our communities and ensuring those voices are heard and valued is part of our democracy and is what's most important. What we've learned and affirmed is that democracy is a work in progress. It's not perfect by any means. We have heard that we cannot simply strengthen democracy, simply preserve democracy. We must repair it and expand it where it's not living up to its potential. We need democracy that truly works for the people, where government is responsive to the needs of its citizens, where it's where we keep big money out of politics, ethics reform both in our Supreme Court and presidency, protecting our election workers and our right to vote, defending public institutions from privatization and elimination. And that's why I'm so proud to co-sponsor numerous substantial pieces of legislation across the broad aspects of democracy and good governance, including bills like the Freedom to Vote Act by Congressman Sarbanes and the John Lewis Voting Rights Act by Congressman Sewell, which must be among the first bills we take on in the 119th Congress. And as I wrap up in a few minutes our special order hour, I do want to talk about some of the movers and shakers that are helping do this work, repair, strengthen, and protect our democracy. And to do so, I want to start by recognizing an organization that serves the state of Illinois, led by one of my constituents, Mary Ellen Daniels. And she's improving access to information, amplifying the voices of young people, and breaking down barriers to their participation. Illinois Democracy Schools Network is a vital initiative committed to educating the next generation about the civic process. The growing network of middle and high schools is dedicated to expanding civic learning opportunities across Illinois, particularly in schools serving students of color, to ensure all students are prepared to meaningfully participate in public life. By creating high-quality learning experiences, the Democracy Schools Network helps foster, inform, activate, and provide equitable civic engagement among young people. On behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, I do want to thank the Illinois Democracy Schools Network for nurturing the foundations of our democracy. And folks, free and fair elections are the cornerstone of our democracy. And it's why I co-sponsored and co-sponsoring several pieces of legislation that protects and expands ballot access, as we just talked about. But I do want to go into H.R. 11 a little deeper. Expanding voter registration and voting access prohibits voting roll removal, establishes Election Day as a federal holiday, and enacts other voting rights and election reforms. H.R. 14, the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, strengthens voting rights by expanding and strengthening government's ability to respond to voting discrimination. Defending the right to vote is defending our communities. Let me say that again. Defending the right to vote is defending our communities. And so I will continue resisting and challenging any attempt from extremists in our government to undermine our democracy and erode our rights. We all have a role to play to get engaged, to register people to vote, to serve as election judges, to combat misinformation, and we have to fight for the democracy that we deserve. And there's an organization that's been doing this work around the clock, defending democracy, and that is Midwest Voting Rights Program of the Chicago Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights. This vital initiative focuses on ensuring fair access to the vote and upholding election laws. Through their election protection program and litigation, they provide critical resources on Election Day. They partner with incarcerated and returning community members to expand voting rights. They ensure racial equity in redistricting, and they defend civil rights and advocate for equitable election laws in Illinois and Indiana. A notable leader in this work is Clifford Helm, Senior Counsel for the program and a proud constituent of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District. Thank you, Clifford and Chicago Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights, for your dedication to eliminating barriers to voting and enhancing civic participation, especially in marginalized communities. We also need organizations that create and provide citizen tools to hold our officials accountable. And that's why I'm proud to recognize Indivisible, a grassroots movement dedicated to strengthening our democracy through education and civic engagement. Through Indivisible Civics, they provide invaluable resources, training, and tools to empower local groups and activists, including to engage with their local elected officials and hold them accountable. Since the beginning of 2019, Indivisible members have made 73,625 calls to Congress and have organized over 2,000 grassroots events in all 50 states. And their focus is civic knowledge and skills that help individuals become effective advocates and informed citizens. In Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, active Indivisible chapters in Illinois and civic leaders like Diane McGuire, Deborah McCoy, Kathy Tholen, Jerry Can, Patricia Graham, Denise Polak, they're working tirelessly to engage their neighbors in the civic process. And I want to thank Indivisible for their commitment to fostering a well-informed electorate and a stronger democracy. And folks, while extreme Republicans demonstrate which Americans they believe should have access to vote and who they believe shouldn't, I am honored to recognize the nonprofit Chicago Votes for their efforts in fostering civic engagement among the next generation of leaders in our city. Their Unlock Civics program works to increase democratic participation from justice-impacted adults, from registering over 5,000 voters in Cook County Jail to advocating for legislation to make the jail the first in the nation to serve as a primary election voting location. Chicago Votes also works to engage young people in local civic processes, from the regular parade to the polls, to creating nonpartisan voting guides, to supporting educators around civic curriculum. Their fellowship and their leadership development opportunities for youth and justice-impacted individuals, including their Democracy Corps, build stronger leaders for a stronger, more informed democracy. So Chicago Votes, thank you. I also want to acknowledge the work of organizations like the Latino Policy Forum. Latino Policy Forum is doing the work to protect our multicultural, our multiracial democracy from attempts to scapegoat, silence, criminalize, and persecute our Latino and our immigrant communities. Through their efforts and coalition, the forum has engaged comunidades Latinas in the civic process of our democracy. Whether by expanding participation in census or access to multilingual and culturally competent educational voter material, the organization is fighting to ensure equitable representation and fair investment in our communities. The work has been possible thanks to the efforts of its staff and its president and CEO of the Latino Policy Forum, Silvia Puente, who after 16 years of service announced her well-earned retirement. Her unwavering leadership has been instrumental in driving positive, meaningful change for our communities. And in the face of the cruel policies that are looking to hurt our communities, thank you for inspiring us with your leadership. Gracias por luchar por nuestra comunidad contra viento y marea. And so, as I wrap up here, I want to thank all my colleagues who joined tonight's Progressive Caucus Special Order Hour. And I want to end with this. I am the product of community organizing. I am the product of a movement that continues to fight for what is right, even when the attacks just keep coming, and even in the face of fear, even in the face of loss and hardship. We are and have been a nation at a crossroads. We say we are facing an existential crisis, but the truth is that we've been facing this crisis for a very long time. This country has consistently faced a crossroad: to choose fear or to choose hope, to choose love or to choose hate, to choose bigotry or to choose equity, to choose oppression or to choose justice. We face those all too familiar crossroads again. Will we choose democracy or will we submit to dictatorship? Democracy is a grand experiment of collective experience, and it cannot be taken for granted. It is precious and fragile, and it requires that we strive to be the best of ourselves. And I am encouraged that each time this country faced a crossroads, organizers were there, bending the arc of history towards justice, fighting like hell. We fight like hell for our communities. Our communities have always been at this target of injustice. But we also know that we fight like hell for our children and their future. We fight like hell against Trump and MAGA Republicans and Project 2025 as they are a fundamental threat to our children. The people want big money out of politics. The people want us to reform the Supreme Court. The people want us to protect the integrity of our elections. And our democracy will be repaired, strengthened, and preserved when we fight for democracy. And so, folks, I believe that the people united will never be defeated because we have something to fight for. And I fight for my husband, a dreamer. I fight for my nieces and nephews. I fight for every Latina who aspires to public office. I fight for the movement. And the fight ahead is worth it. So there is no greater honor to fight alongside you to protect, preserve, and expand democracy. Thank you, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and rescind their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order. Thank you. Always lovely to be lectured about the democracy from the party that refused to certify the 2005 and 2017 elections. If this place didn't run on double standards, I don't know what fuel would be there. It's fascinating to literally hear this rhetoric and totally take you off point for just a moment. But again, if the double standards didn't exist, there would be very little for this place to run on. As we begin tonight's special order, I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the 23rd anniversary of the attack on September 11th, 2001. Today we remember a pivotal moment in our nation's history and the profound loss our nation endured. The courage we witnessed and the resilience that we have shown as a nation in the face of adversity. Nearly 3,000 lives were taken on 9/11, and countless families were forever changed. Today we honor the heroism of the law enforcement officers, service members, firefighters, and medical professionals who answered the call of duty on that fateful day. Today we also recognize its lasting impact on our country's foreign policy and national security interests. The events of 9/11 revealed vulnerabilities in our national security apparatus and underscored the necessity for a robust and proactive approach to safeguarding our nation. Since the attacks, we have worked to rebuild our national security in a new period of great power competition with countries like China, Russia, and Iran. But since President Biden and Vice President Harris took office, their failed foreign policy of appeasement has diminished our standing on the world stage and emboldened our adversaries. It goes without saying that strong foreign policy is the key to a strong nation. And House Republicans are advancing several bills this week as part of our China Week that will bolster our national security and defend against our adversaries. The House Foreign Affairs Committee also released their report on the Biden-Harris administration's failures during and after the catastrophic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I'll speak more on that later, but I'd like to go ahead and yield as much time as she may consume to the gentlewoman from California. And with that, I yield 5 minutes to my distinguished colleague from the great state of California.
Thank you, Representative Moore, for yielding. Mr. Speaker, last month marked 3 years since the Biden-Harris administration's catastrophic withdrawal of troops from Afghanistan. This administration rushed the withdrawal of troops, playing politics instead of preparing a plan to get Americans and Afghan partners to safety and to ensure stability in the region. The results were horrific. The Taliban pulled the rug out from under the Biden-Harris administration, quickly taking control of Afghanistan and undoing the gains Americans and our allies made over years in just a matter of days. Meanwhile, 13 American service members were killed in the line of duty. Americans and Afghan partners who supported our troops were stranded, and girls and women were swept under the rug. The president said he owed no apologies. The American people, our Gold Star families, and veterans beg to differ. As a member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, I'm working to conduct congressional oversight, demand accountability, and restore America's leadership on the world stage. The world is watching us. Xi Jinping, Kim Jong-un, Vladimir Putin, and the Ayatollah are all watching us, and our allies and partners around the world are watching us. We must promote peace through strength. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you to the gentlewoman from California. Peace through strength. Such a simple concept, and it's evaded us over the last few years. Excellent. I will now recognize, so much time as he may consume, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Lopez, please.
Thank you, Representative Moore. As we all know, today is September 11th, and we all recognize and remember what happened to our nation on that day. For most Americans, it's the day that terrorism was brought onto our shore. And it was the beginning of America fighting against terrorist attacks. But I want to talk today about what happened on August 26, 2021, because that is the day, the unpardonable and disgraceful failure that was when when Biden-Harris administration, chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. When we look at what happened that day, as a veteran, I watched and saw a commander-in-chief abandon America's sons and daughters. That's not a commander-in-chief. The commander-in-chief stands tall and never leaves a soldier behind, never leaves an American citizen behind. And yet that's exactly what that administration did. So who is lower than a thief who steals the honor of his countrymen? Who is more abhorrent than a man who betrays their friends and gives comfort to his enemies? President Biden and Vice President Harris fled a country we freed for 2 decades and left it in the grasp of merciless terrorists. Why did we have to lose 13 brave American service members? We didn't. We lost them because there was no real plan on how to get out of Afghanistan. Any real, true commander-in-chief would know that you must plan accordingly, that you must plan every single step to make sure that there is no one left behind. But when you don't have that experience, when you don't understand the conflict that you're in, you will fail like that administration did. You know, they say that if you want to test the character of a person, give him power. Well, we know the character of that commander-in-chief of that day. And truly the character shows that it was more important to deal with the optics politically than it was to protect the men and women in uniform. I'm here to tell you that I firmly believe, and a lot of Americans believe, and a lot of veterans that I know, friends, sons of my fellow brothers and sisters that served, they truly believe that the blood of these Americans is on the hands of Mr. President and Madam Vice President. You know, I talked to veterans that served in Afghanistan, and they talk about when they saw what was going on, when they saw it on the TV. It was a gut-wrenching thing to see because they had been there for years. They had deployed more than once or twice to stand tall and protect. And to see what happened tore them apart. It is difficult to encourage the young men and women who serve in our military when we have a commander-in-chief that abandons them. Billions of American taxpayer dollars in the form of advanced military weapons and equipment fell directly into the hands of terrorists to be used to target our allies and our troops. And yet they don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about the billions of dollars that were left behind. And worse was the fate of our Afghan allies who dedicated their lives to the betterment of their country, only to be brutally murdered when we pulled out and the Taliban came to power. I know individuals that helped America, and their families were left behind. And they asked me, why did this occur? How can America allow this to happen? And I wish I had an answer for them, but the only thing I can tell them is it happened because we had lack of courage. It happened because we had no foresight. We had no means to understand what we were doing. And so we must change that. You know, many of those Afghan allies and their families are dead today. And once again, we know who to blame for that. And as I watched the debate last night, and when the question was asked, is there any regrets? There was silence. Silence on that question. And I'm here to tell you that I understand why their silence is because they don't have the courage to not only stand in front of those family members that lost their sons and daughters, look them in the eye, and apologize for the mistake they made. You see, true leadership recognizes when mistakes are made. True leadership stands tall and makes sure that it never happens again. But silence leaves everyone wondering, what will they do the next time that situation arises? And I hope that should there ever be another time, that we will have a different commander-in-chief, someone that truly understands how to protect, how to defend, and how to make America proud again when we send our sons and daughters into the battlefield. Those mistakes will make America look weak on the world stage, and we know that they have. Our credibility with our allies and everyone we've ever made promises to have been severely damaged, emboldening our adversaries around the globe. And shamefully, our chaotic withdrawal has weakened the morale of our service members, and rightfully so. You know, when I served, I wore my uniform with honor. I wore it proudly because I believed in America, and I believed that the commander-in-chief would always have my back. Today, I question that. I question where the loyalty is of those individuals that made those decisions on that day. You see, those perilous days in August of 2021 will always remain a stain on that administration's legacy for the lack of leadership. But make no mistake, it's a stain on our flag. It's a stain that we must all endure. Only because they didn't have the courage and the understanding to do the right thing. How do you explain to the family members that they lost their loved ones for no real reason? How do you explain that? And this is why they refuse to even acknowledge the family members, because there is no explanation. President Biden and Vice President Harris cannot undo the damage and the pain that they've caused. But they could speak honestly to the American people about the facts of this failure. I urge them in the strongest terms to do that, because the American people deserve the real truth. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from Colorado, an individual that has had a short time here and is expected just a few short more months, has been one of the most studious and one of the most thoughtful members that I've seen in my 3.5 years, and hope to be able to continue to find a way to serve with him. I'm sincere about that, and I appreciate your heartfelt comments here tonight. Thank you. Again, I want to thank my colleagues for being here and taking the time to speak on some of the most pressing issues facing our nation. Yesterday, Speaker Johnson posthumously awarded the Congressional Gold Medal to the families of the service members killed in a barbaric act of terrorism at the Kabul airport in Afghanistan on August 26, 2021, including Staff Sergeant Taylor Hoover from Utah. President Biden's decision to abandon Bagram Air Base and its equipment forced our troops into an impossible task of securing an urban airport while also conducting an impossibly complex humanitarian operation, all under an unreasonable time frame and without coordination from our allies. The aftermath gave our enemies a window of opportunity of which they took full advantage. 3 years later, the Taliban are in control of Afghanistan and are building stronger diplomatic ties to China. making deeper overtures to Iran, and have enabled resurgence of ISIS-K in their backyard. We get accused of regurgitating this information too much, or we need to move on, and I still remember committing to a memorial service to that Marine that was lost from Utah, to never forget, to always remember. That wasn't just a bad mistake. It had second, third, fourth order consequences that we're going to be facing for decades to come. President Biden has often said that our number one priority is to make sure that Afghanistan could never happen again, but be used as an operating base from which to plan terrorist attacks on the American homeland. The current situation, however, heavily indicates that we are failing in this objective. I commend Chairman McCall and his committee members for their work on the report released this week that details key failures of the Biden-Harris administration during and after the catastrophic withdrawal from Afghanistan and its aftermath. Americans deserve answers for how this administration mishandled this crisis, and I am grateful for the committee's diligent work. Additionally, we should all agree that the China challenge is not a partisan issue. Ensuring our competitiveness with China should unite lawmakers from both sides of this aisle. This is an all-encompassing policy fight for our generation. It is not a faraway foreign policy issue, but rather one that directly impacts our economic prosperity and shapes the livelihoods of every American. To that end, yesterday I joined Congressman Wenstrup, Congressman Pfluger, and Chairman Green in releasing a request for information to solicit feedback on policy solutions to strengthen and enhance domestic medical supply chains. Congress has the responsibility to ensure the safety and security of our nation and ensure our medical supply chains are free from dependence on foreign adversaries. I'm looking forward to working with my colleagues on this important issue and supporting my colleagues who have been active in this space, particularly those sitting on the Select Committee on China, and advancing valuable legislation out of this chamber. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. Thank you again to my colleagues, and I yield back the remainder of my time to the chair.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the chair recognizes a gentlewoman from Ohio for 30 minutes. Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with great respect and admiration, remembering the life and works of Sheldon Shelley Guerin, a remarkable man whose legacy will forever be woven into the fabric of our northern Ohio community. Shelley Guerin's 99 years of life were a brilliant, brilliant tapestry of excellence and service. Using the GI Bill, he had a distinguished career, but that followed his work in law school at Harvard University. And he was an esteemed leader in the Cleveland area, and his contributions have been extraordinary. He was brilliant. His investments in iconic sports franchises and his stewardship of the Great Lakes Towing Company demonstrate his far-reaching impact and deep commitment to his community. And most important, his word was his bond. Beyond his professional achievements, Shelley was known for his integrity, generosity, and unwavering love for his family and friends. It was a joy to know him. When you met Shelley, you knew you had met someone extraordinary. He taught Sunday school and was an outstanding leader in Cleveland's Jewish community. His passing leaves a void in the hearts of everyone who knew him, but his legacy of leadership and dedication will continue to inspire us all. To his beloved wife, Bonnie, his son, Michael, and his entire family, please accept our heartfelt condolences. Shelley's remarkable life and enduring accomplishments will remain a beacon of inspiration for years to come. May he rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now wish to also, this evening, highlight the noble efforts of Northwestern Ohio's Polish Cultural Center to preserve and celebrate Polish American heritage in Toledo, Ohio. As Mr. Tom Pruss, an advisory board member, wisely observed, every day that goes by, we lose more and more generations of people who know the reason for certain traditions and the reason why they celebrate their heritage. Family ancestry deepens the meaning of liberty itself. The center is working diligently to raise funds for a new building in East Toledo to serve as a cultural hub for the community. And I know how hard Tom Sorosiak, a professor, has been working on that. As of July, members had already raised over half of the funds needed for the project. And former council member in Toledo, Tom Winooski, has been absolutely indefatigable in this quest. In that same spirit of honoring our Polish cultural heritage, today I introduced a resolution alongside my Congressional Poland Caucus co-chairs, recognizing this year's 80th anniversary of the Warsaw Uprising. This fierce struggle in Poland in the last century serves forever as a cold reminder of the savagery of Nazi and Russian attempts to annihilate Poland's very existence. In the end, at the cost of thousands, tens of thousands of lives, Poland lives. Let us join together from Toledo, Ohio to the halls of Congress to ensure that future generations can connect with their Polish immigrant roots, their struggles and triumphs over travesty, and never forget history. Celebrate our rich heritage at home and back in our native land. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will now move to another topic. I rise today to call attention to the anticipated departure of Norfolk Southern Railway's Chief Executive Officer, reportedly related to an alleged inappropriate relationship with a subordinate. One could ask oneself, when did he have time for all of that? This is just the latest evidence of poor decision-making at the highest levels of one of our nation's largest railroads that has a lot of problems that impact every community through which it travels. Frankly, giant railroad magnates need to be corralled in the public interest. Congress already knows that we cannot trust rail corporate leadership to exercise good judgment, take care of failing overpasses and underpasses in our communities, particularly when it comes to rail safety. They fail. In October of 2022, a Norfolk Southern train derailed in my district in Sandusky, Ohio. That's the photo there that I'm pointing to. I've been privileged to represent it, but over a dozen cars were left hanging for months over an overpass on the main entry into a town that gets over 5 million visitors a year, spilling paraffin wax all over the roadway, dripping down and damaging infrastructure. And guess what? Norfolk Southern, despite endless pleas from the local mayor and government officials, did nothing for months, nothing to clean up the mess, until 4 months after that mess happened, when a Norfolk Southern train that also passed through our district derailed a dozen cars in East Palestine, Ohio. That triggered a massive explosion and fire, which contaminated the air, soil, and water with toxic chemicals. Rail safety bills were swiftly introduced in both chambers in the wake of this latter disaster, but Congress has yet to pass the legislation. Where are the committees in this place? Are they all asleep? The residents of East Palestine will live with questions about the disaster's effects on their health for the rest of their lives. For their sakes, and for the sake of all the communities in our nation, with freight rail tracks running through them, Congress must act now. Railroads are not getting safer on their own. According to the Federal Railway Administration, the latest annual rail safety data reflect troubling trends, including a 41.1% increase, nearly 50% increase, in the rate for the human factor that caused accidents between 2013 and 2022. That's because the railroads aren't hiring enough people to do the job. It is past time for the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee to mark up the bipartisan Railroad Safety Enhancement Act of 2024, and for Congress to make real commitments to rail safety. It was only after East Palestine happened and we raised questions in the national press that Norfolk Southern sent 2 people back to the original site of the accident in Sandusky, 2 people, to begin cleaning up the streets and scrape up all that paraffin and try to prevent it from going in the city sewers and so forth. So I think there are real problems at these railroads, and I can't imagine why the committees of jurisdiction are waiting so long. Frankly, those people in East Palestine deserve a new town. Companies used to build new towns for people, and that is one place in America that deserves it. Mr. Speaker, I would now like to turn to an important topic, strengthening domestic manufacturing of medical supplies. This poignant true story from my district illustrates the declining quality and access of critical USA-made medical supplies. A female patient who is a senior citizen in my district has had to endure a permanent ileostomy for many years. The life-saving procedure, a very difficult one, requires her to use ostomy supplies daily. For years, she has had access to high-quality bags made of thin plastic material prescribed by her physician. These original bags were comfortable and suited to her critical medical needs. She reached out to me with a distressing situation. As the months of her dependence on these critical supplies wore on, she faced a harsh new reality. Her physician informed her that because the new manufacturers had changed the product design, high-quality bags were no longer available. She had to accept less. But what we found out is ownership of the company had changed, and a private equity fund sold the product to an offshore foreign investor who changed the design and quality. Indeed, the new bags were cheapened and very harsh for a patient to endure. The new bags utilize a cheaper, thicker, and stiffer plastic. This design and fabric irritate the patient's skin, and at over 80 years of age makes it difficult to cut each bag without causing sharp or ragged edges. This has led to more skin irritation, infections, bag leaks, burns, skin rashes from the astringents she must use to avoid infection. And what about pain to the patient? All caused by the bag's unevenly cut opening and poor quality that damage her skin. Imagine the discomfort each day and night, dealing with the pain as these bags fail through daily wear. Unsatisfied, she went to several pharmacies to find the well-made original thinner bags from a different manufacturer. But her insurance said no. Medicare said no. She could not access the bag most effective for her medical needs. She even wondered if they were still manufactured. Refusing to accept this painful decline in care, I personally intervened. I found the original thin, flexible bags available, but only online. I ordered a case for her, but this only solves the problem for so long. Eventually, supplies of the preferred bags will run out entirely, and Medicare is not paying attention. There are thousands and thousands of people like her across this country. This raises a pressing question. If these superior products are available online, why can't they be accessed through the insurance of an American? This woman is a Medicare recipient. It is imperative that our system supports her and all our seniors who need proper, safe medical care. This incident underscores the broader issues of our healthcare supply chain. We depend too heavily on foreign manufacturing where these medical products now come from. This exposes our citizens to vulnerabilities in quality and supply, and this not only compromises the care of our citizens, but also our national preparedness and health security. In Congress, I have been a staunch advocate for onshoring and reshoring domestic manufacturing, including that of medical products and pharmaceuticals. Why should our citizens be forced to accept inferior, foreign-made knockoffs? It is cruel and, frankly, un-American. Relying on foreign sources for medical supplies is also stupid, and it is dangerous, and poses a danger if supply is interrupted, as we learned from the pandemic. America must regain our national security by reducing reliance on foreign manufacturers, and we must stimulate our economy by creating high-skill, high-wage jobs in reliable medical products. Initiatives like those undertaken by the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority, BARDA, and the Defense Procurement Act are not merely temporary solutions. Overall, our nation must launch a sustained effort to strengthen our domestic manufacturing capabilities. Congress must prioritize legislation to empower agencies like Medicare and private insurers to prioritize quality in their coverage policies. We need to ensure that no patient is forced to settle for inferior care due to bureaucratic oversight or inertia, supply chain vulnerabilities, or selfish private equity companies. Our nation must reshore medical supplies. Statistics reveal that the use of inferior medical products significantly increases patients' risk of infections and complications. For example, studies have shown that substandard surgical supplies can increase infection rates by 25%. This is unacceptable, and I say to those folks over at Medicare and Medicaid, check out ileostomy bags. I bet you the infection rates are really high. As citizens become sicker, and lots more are too, we continue to use inferior products. May the story I shared today serve as a manufacturing and medical call to action. We need a concerted effort to reclaim our independence in manufacturing critical health products and pharmaceuticals. America must guarantee that every American has access to the best quality medical supplies and medicines without exception. The reputation and capability of our nation surely depend on it. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the 2025 federal fiscal year is supposed to begin October 1st, 2024, 20 days from today. Responsible Republicans and responsible Democrats are trying hard to complete the necessary 12 fiscal year 2025 appropriation bills on time as the deadline looms. Our nation needs regular order, not more delays, chaos, and goofy legislative tricks. Without reasonable action, uncertainty will prevail at the highest level of institutions on which our nation depends for security and progress. Defense, energy, agriculture, treasury, transportation and infrastructure, healthcare, housing, homeland security, the Social Security Administration, and so many more, all jeopardized. Delay jeopardizes funding America's promises to our veterans, our farmers, our first responders, our teachers, as basic functions of our government. All will be crippled across the board. What hangs in the lurch is support for the American people, from kids in Head Start to wounded veterans trying to make appointments for their orthopedic exams. Delay here in Congress cripples our economy. More needless shenanigans in Congress throws a monkey wrench into every federal instrumentality created to serve the people of our nation. Let us ask certain members of Congress who cannot compromise in this nation that leads the free world, why do you choose to be obstructionists? Follow the simple rules of orderly government and get the appropriation bills done on time. Do your job. Post-COVID, our economy has been improving consistently. Interest rates dropped again today. Jobs are increasing. Wall Street is doing well. Inflation is being reduced. And the debt as a share of GDP, is shrinking. So why would a handful of discontented members choose harm when the vast majority of people in this chamber want to make progress for the country? We need steady hands on the wheel. And let us do what our constituents sent us here to do: govern. The ramifications of a poisoned partisan appropriations bill will halt hiring of Border Patrol officers, prevent contracting by the Army Corps of Engineers for dredging, close our parks, stall emergency relief to communities devastated by recent natural disasters. I say to some of my friends who can't seem to reach compromise, do you really realize what you're doing? So here we are on the brink of another lapse in funding caused by political brinkmanship and short-sighted partisan antics unworthy of this institution's responsibilities. So this is a time for leadership, not mischief. This is a time for succeeding, not retreating. This is a time for unity, not division. Let us do our work. Let us pass our appropriation bills on time and with dispatch. Thank you, and I yield back.
Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for 30 minutes.
I thank the Speaker. As I come here to the floor tonight, we all recognize that today is September 11th, a date that will never sound the same, a date that now means something totally different than it did prior to 2001. We've seen the continued recognition of those lives lost. We saw it in New York today. We saw it in Pennsylvania. We saw it at the Pentagon. We saw the flag unfurled. I'd like to give a special recognition to my good friend, Senator Brian Birdwell, state senator from the state of Texas. He was a dear friend, and Senator Birdwell was perhaps the individual closest to where the airplane hit the Pentagon in 2001 and survived. Senator Birdwell was burned across every part of his body. He was hauled out, taken to the hospital. He didn't think he was going to make it. Was praying, assuming that he was leaving, was saying goodbye to his family. He survived. He's a great patriot. And if you have a chance to look up his video called I Am Second by Senator Brian Birdwell telling the story, it's about 7 to 10 minutes, I think, and it is well worth your time. It is a testament to his faith. It is a testament to his patriotism. It is a testament to all those who went through those terrible attacks that day, and those of us who remember them, we remember them personally and closely. We had friends who were affected. And it reminds us, of course, of what happens when you leave your country wide open for attack. We look back at September 11th and we tend to get wrapped up into the horrors of the collapsing buildings and the horrors of a plane flying into the Pentagon. But we don't spend a whole lot of time talking about the fact that the individuals who carried out that attack overstayed visas to stay in our country because of our very broken system of border security. And yes, border security I use broadly to include those individuals who we permit to come into our country, that are released into our country on a visa or for some other way, and they're in our country and then carry out harm. So we remember every year the almost 3,000 Americans who died in that southern part of Manhattan, or in a field in Pennsylvania, or in Arlington, Virginia. But where was the recognition today for the 75,000 Americans who died from fentanyl last year alone? 25 times the number of people who died on September 11th. Where is the recognition of the thousands of Americans who have been targeted by criminals released onto the streets of our country? Just yesterday, here in this complex, we had in the House Judiciary Committee the mothers of 3 Americans killed as a direct consequence of Vice President Kamala Harris, President Joe Biden, Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, their coordinated effort, their conspiracy to ignore the laws of the United States and put dangerous individuals on our streets that result in the death of Americans. In real time, as we speak, Alexis Nungare, a 27-year-old young Texas woman who chose life 12 years ago when her daughter was born. Her daughter, Jocelyn, who was murdered She was bound, raped, gagged, had her body thrown into a creek in Texas, outside of Houston, by 2 Venezuelan men who were released into our country in direct violation of our laws under parole on purpose. Rachel Marin, murdered in Maryland. Her mother testified yesterday. Kayla Hamilton. We've had other stories like Laken Riley. But there are dozens, there are hundreds. There are so many stories that I had my office produce a report that we put out last week entitled America Invaded. And in that report, if you look at what is listed, you will find 2 full pages of 54 examples of Americans, headline stories, who have been killed, raped, assaulted. All of these, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. Where's the commemoration for those Americans? Because in the wake of September 11th, what did we do in all of our infinite wisdom? We created a 250,000 person bureaucracy at the Department of Homeland Security. We didn't used to have this massive bureaucracy, now we do. Has that made us any safer or more secure? If you're watching this as an American, do you feel more secure? If you're an American in Springfield, Ohio, do you feel more secure with 20,000 Haitians who have been dumped into your community? Do you feel more secure if you're in Buffalo, New York, and just 2 weeks ago, a man was apprehended finally by ICE after having been released into Texas from Peru, and we now know that he's wanted for 23 murders in Peru. We released him into the United States. Every one of these examples I'm talking about were specifically the result of having individuals released into the United States from other countries who then carried out a vicious attack, a vicious crime, a vicious murder. We had a witness yesterday who testified to the rape and murder of a beautiful little 11-year-old girl. I think her name is Maria Gonzalez. And if not, I will correct that record, but I believe that is her name. And she was killed again by someone who was released here into the United States and then preyed on her. Where's the commemoration? I'm going to be very blunt. I appreciate that we commemorate September 11th every September 11th. That is a good thing to do. I've heard the bell now ringing for these 23 years. Who's ringing the bell for Jocelyn Nungare? It's a serious question. Kamala Harris was up where the World Trade Center once stood. So were a bunch of other people, including former President Trump, current President Biden, former Mayor Bloomberg. Who is commemorating Jocelyn? Will they be there next June? I think it was June, for the anniversary of her mother's pain when she woke up on Monday morning and her daughter wasn't in the house and she ran down to the convenience store where there were police sirens and tape to find out that her little girl had been murdered? Who's commemorating that? Who's paying attention to that? Because she's a devastated young mother. And like September 11th, where we failed, where we allowed visa overstays to stay in this country and then grab planes and fly into buildings, Jocelyn Nungaray is dead today because of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and radical progressive Democrats who don't give a whit about whether your streets are safe, America. Wake up. And wake up and know what the elections are about. Wake up and know what's happening in your country, because your leaders in this country are failing you. Worse than failing you, they are purposefully endangering you. There's no other way to put it. And I'm tired of listening to this garbage. Come up here to Washington, they say, oh, why can't you just sit here and get along and go across the other side of the aisle and shake hands and say, why can't you guys just come together to solve problems? I'll tell you why. And I've done bipartisan bills. I've got them right now. And I've got friends on the other side of the aisle. But my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, almost to a man and a woman, don't give a damn about the borders being wide open. Because if they did, they would do something about it. That's the truth. And we should start acting like that's the truth. We should stop pretending that we don't have such a wide gulf between that side of the aisle and this side of the aisle. We have a choice right now. What worldview are you choosing for your kids and your grandkids? And again, continued tough love for my colleagues on this side of the aisle. For decades, we have been complicit by allowing the Chamber of Commerce to use cheap labor as their excuse for wide open borders, which set the stage for what we're dealing with right now. Well, those days are over. When all of the corporate whores around this town come begging for their tax breaks, I want them to come explain to the American people why we should do it, when their boardrooms are chock full of radical progressive Democrats and liberals who want ESG and want their quarterly reports to do well so their stock portfolios grow, and they come in here begging for tax cuts so they can get richer while America gets screwed. Because if you're living in Springfield, Ohio right now, you don't give a damn about what the guys in the corporate boardroom over in New York City and Manhattan, or maybe in the tall buildings in Cleveland. You don't care about how rich they're getting, but you care that there's now 20,000 Haitian migrants sitting in your community that your granddads and your grandmoms and your moms and your dads worked hard to build, and it now is being trashed. And I can promise you, if you're like those young women who are testifying at the Judiciary Committee yesterday, who are migrants themselves, young woman talking about her dad who came here from Mexico and fought and worked hard and didn't take government handouts, said he was going to do it the right way, said the American dream wasn't about being given something from government. And then he had to sit here and watch his granddaughter get murdered because my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, every single one of them owns it. Every single one of them should march their happy rear ends down to Texas and beg for forgiveness. Beg for forgiveness from Alexis Nungaray and Alexis Nungaray's father. Because Jocelyn Nungaray got raped, bound, gagged, murdered by the people released by Democrats in the White House. Let's not pretend that there isn't a mile of difference between Republicans and conservatives and Democrats and radical progressives. There is a mile of difference. I'm not going to sit here and pretend. Let's all get in a room and talk to each other nicely, pat each other on the back and say, oh man, can't we just have these halcyon days of old, have a beer like Tip O'Neill and Ronald Reagan? Not if you don't believe in America. Not if you don't believe in sovereignty. Not if you don't believe in the rule of law. Not if you believe it's okay to release 5.5 million people into our country, utterly disregarding how many criminals you're releasing and allowing Americans to get slaughtered. Why don't you get in the car, drive up here to Aberdeen, Maryland, and talk to Kayla Hamilton or Rachel Marin's family? Why don't you beg for forgiveness? Get on your knees in the House chamber and say, I'm sorry that I was so focused on my own political well-being that I would endanger the American people, because that's what you're doing. Finally, my colleagues on this side of the aisle in getting H.R. 2 passed has finally forsaken the Chamber of Commerce's death grip on the Republican Party, saying we need our cheap labor. But we haven't even scratched the surface. We haven't even begun to do what is necessary to take our country back. Because when President Trump talks about mass deportations, he means it, and I mean it, and I hope to hell Republicans on this side of the aisle mean it. Because 5.5 million people dumped into the United States without vetting, without knowledge of who the hell they are. We have the House Judiciary Committee recognizing 99 people on the terrorist watch list released into the United States. 35,000 Chinese nationals this year, and the year's not even over. Who are these people? I flew out to Aurora, Colorado last week. I went to the apartment complex area, met with the people that were there, talked to one of the residents of the building, talked to the tenant who put the camera on her door. She's not lying. Yet we have Colorado Democrats who are trying to say it's a lie that Venezuelan gangs are running those apartment complexes. They get out on Twitter and they say it's not true. It's a figment of their imagination. That's why I flew to Aurora, talked to the woman, and she walked through the fact that the manager of the apartment complex isn't there anymore. The manager of the apartment complex left and fled and feared for his life. For 2 months, there was no manager there. They put the cameras up. The cameras then showed what the entire world has now seen, which is armed thugs running around the apartment complex. We're told they smashed doors down, changed the locks on the building. We had a businessman who was there who helped the woman move out and said he basically stepped into the third world for a number of hours while he was helping moving her out. This is coming to every street in America. Wake up. We play up here playing tiddlywinks talking about CRs and nobody knows what the hell those even are. Like, we go around talking about all these different things. We can, let's get together and pass a resolution and a messaging thing this week. What are we going to do to finally just say no? You don't have to take this, you know. We're supposed to be a free people. We're supposedly endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We established this government in the very preamble of the Constitution. What does it say? It lays out the purpose of the government being to secure the blessings of liberty. It's not to give crap away. As I've said before on the House floor, we're not supposed to be the United States House of free stuff. We're not the United States Congress here to give you a check. We're killing the American dream. Congress, the administration, are actively killing the American dream in real time. We vote on another bill for another program that spends more money that we don't have. We rack up more debt. We increase the interest. And at no point are we actually securing the country. We've been at war for a quarter century in some form or fashion. I don't even know how many trillions. 8? 9? I've lost count on how many trillions we've spent engaged in conflict. Directly in Iraq and Afghanistan, only to tuck tail and run when Biden and the current brass bailed and left those 13 heroes stranded to die. How many trillions? How many American men and women were injured, lost their legs, lost an eye, PTSD? 80,000, 100,000? More with PTSD? How many suicides a day? We've been at war for a quarter of a century. In this town, we can't ever fight for you, the American people, to actually secure you with a secure border, with secure communities, and with an economy that isn't blown to hell by irresponsible government spending. And you want to know why? In the false name of defense, in the false name of securing this country, because the defense world tells me every year, if I don't vote for one of these bloated spending bills, we won't get a new submarine. We won't get a new carrier. What the hell are we trying to defend? What is left of the United States to defend? A school where I can't send my child to pray to God without spending $20,000 a year on top of the taxes I pay? A school that my friend sends her sixth grader to with a trans music teacher asking her kid to do some dance in class? Yes, true story. Is that what we're defending with carriers and missiles and endless wars? Are we defending a country where Jocelyn Nungare gets raped and murdered? Or Rachel Marin gets raped and murdered because we release migrants into the streets of America? Dangerous people? There have been multiple since I literally released this report last week. Almost 50-page report, or 40-page report. Put it out last week. I can't even keep up with the news stories since we put it out. In Virginia, just 30 miles from here, a teenage girl was abducted by a Peruvian illegal immigrant, arrested, who had been released into the interior by this administration. A Palestinian migrant accused of beating a Jewish New York man, released into America because he claimed he wouldn't be safe. We had two of the people in Aurora, Colorado, where I said I went to, that were apprehended by ICE after they'd been released into the country, arrested, released on bond because we can't detain them because our entire policies have been turned on their head. We sit here in September and we have this grand debate about whether we're going to do a continuing resolution for 75 days or 6 months or a year. Will we include the SAVE Act to ensure that American citizens vote? Heaven forbid that we stand up and say only American citizens should vote in American elections. It's an 80% issue. We have legislation that would fix it. We had a hearing yesterday in which secretaries of state, experts on the matter, all acknowledged you need the law to guarantee that only American citizens vote in American elections. So now we're having a debate about that. What can we put forward on the floor? With all due respect, some of my conservative colleagues, they gag on a gnat. I can't support a CR because 12 appropriations bills must be passed. Okay. 5 have been passed. Now what? We actually have to figure out how to proceed. I think maybe we could just fund government for a few months and try to make sure elections are secure. Or let's pick a different fight. But why don't we actually stand up and do something to make this country better? And if we do get a CR to December, and if Republicans do win the elections in November, what the hell are we going to do with it? Will we fight? I'd like to go to the American people over the next 60 days and say, yes, we're going to fight, and you can believe us this time. That Republicans will be bold enough to do what our Democratic colleagues have done repeated times in the last 2 decades, which is risk your precious. Risk your election certificate. Stop starting off every Congress saying, well, if we do this, we risk our majority makers. What good is it to be in Congress if you don't do something with your election certificate and then go sell it to the people you represent as being the right thing to do? I've been in tight districts. I've done that. Every single constituent that I represent are fed up. They're fed up with a country that they no longer recognize. They love their country, but the government that they have entrusted to maintain that country that their fathers and grandfathers fought, bled, and died for has been turned into something they no longer recognize. I am glad that we have people today on September 11th commemorating those lost. I am glad that we show patriotism. I am glad that we put the flag on the Pentagon. But until we recognize that every single day, because of our policies in this chamber and in the other chamber and at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue, Americans are suffering with high inflation, with houses that they can't afford, and with their own people getting murdered and slaughtered on the streets or in their homes. I cannot imagine just 2 months ago, Alexis Nungare waking up and her 12-year-old daughter not being in the house, only to find out she's dead after having been raped while she was sitting there sleeping, while the mom was sleeping in the house. All because Kamala Harris and all of her cronies in the administration chose and still choose, as I speak, to release dangerous individuals on the streets of our country. I'm sure I'm going to get some sort of admonition for directing some of my venom to the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue. But the fact is, the leaders of this country need to be warned. We better get busy fixing this country, or the American people are not going to take it anymore. And I will be right there supporting them. I am sick and tired of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle not showing up, not doing what we said we would do. And I am particularly sick of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle daring to lie to the American people that they somehow believe in securing the border when they put forward legislation that would have codified the very parole policies that have, since they even introduced the dang bill, been used to slaughter and kill innocent American citizens. This is not a negotiation. You don't negotiate for your safety and your security. You just get busy doing it. And I can promise you that whatever happens with this election, I'm going to be a loud voice for the state of Texas to stick their middle finger up at this godforsaken city and say, we're going to secure our state. All of the other people in all of the other states be damned. Because we have an obligation to do it when our people are dying and our people are hurting and we're spending $13 billion of our own money. Where the hell is this Congress and this Senate backing up the people of Texas? When we joined this union, we were promised something, and we're being denied it. And on behalf of every single one of those moms that come to my office in tears because their kids died from fentanyl or because their little girl was raped and murdered, and for every one of those tombstones I drive by in Arlington coming to office every day, who either gave or risked the last full measure of devotion, they didn't do it for this. They didn't risk it for this. They risked it to live free and secure and have opportunity in a country that matters, that is sovereign, and that is safe. It is time for us to do our job, and it is time for the American people to do their job this fall and make sure that the right leaders are running this country. With that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Dr. Dunn, for 30 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to draw attention to the proposed Florida State Constitution Amendment number 4. Amendment 4 is a dangerous and ill-advised amendment that will make women and newborns less safe. Amendment 4 will overturn multiple state laws and regulations meant to protect the health and safety of women and children. As a medical doctor, I know how dangerous abortion procedures can be. The Florida State Legislature has wisely placed safeguards that protect the health and safety of women and babies in our state. These include a requirement for a physician to perform the procedure, sanitation standards, and follow-up care requirements. None of these safeguards are included in Amendment 4. Additionally, the vague viability standard outlined in Amendment 4 invites litigation and controversy, and I am personally opposed to it. I have witnessed firsthand as medicine has evolved to allow babies born earlier and earlier in pregnancy to survive. If Amendment 4 passes, babies who can survive outside the womb will be left unprotected. In fact, I myself have performed a number of in utero surgeries on unborn babies as young as 18 weeks. These fragile lives are worth saving, and modern medicine has made it possible. I'm unapologetically pro-life, and Amendment 4 is a step in the wrong direction. This dangerous amendment will jeopardize the health and safety of women and babies across the state and lead to unsafe and even full-term abortions. I will be voting no on Amendment 4, and I urge all Floridians to oppose it. And I urge all Americans across the country to oppose similar ballot measures in their state. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent on general leave.
Without objection. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Yes, I move that the House now do adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. According, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.